Great. I think we have enough of our colleagues on to join us to open tonight's meeting. This is Board Chair Robert Tsai. I'd like to welcome our entire public, our board members, and city school staff to join us tonight for our January 14th special board meeting. I'll now read a roll call of the board to identify who will be attending the meeting this evening on behalf of the board. Please identify yourself first before speaking for the record. Vice Chair Parker,
Vice Chair Parker present.
welcome. Commissioner Ames Messenger,
Ames Messenger present.
welcome. Commissioner Chicas Guzman, Commissioner Coy,
Commissioner Coy present.
welcome. Commissioner Esposito, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay,
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay present.
welcome. Commissioner Mohammed, Commissioner Scott Woodruff,
Commissioner Scott Woodruff present.
welcome. Commissioner Simmons,
Commissioner Simmons present.
welcome. Commissioner Slater Harrington,
Commissioner Slater Harrington, present.
welcome. And I'm also present. Is there a motion to reopen tonight's meeting?
So moved, Esposito.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito. Is there a second?
Second, Scott Woodruff.
Thank you so much. All in favor, Vice Chair Parker,
Yes.
Commissioner Ames Messenger,
Yes.
Commissioner, I'm just going to check to see if Commissioner Chicas Guzman has arrived just yet. Not yet. Commissioner Coy,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Kenyatta Bay,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Mohammed, Commissioner Scott Woodruff,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Simmons, Commissioner Slater
Yes.
Harrington. Oh, welcome. Thank you. Commissioner Slater Harrington,
Yes.
thank you. And I'm also in favor. I'd now like to invite the Executive Director of the Office of New Initiatives, Ms. Angela Alvarez, to join us this evening to provide us with an overview of the annual review of school and operator renewal recommendations. Before I turn over to Ms. Alvarez, I would just like to make a really important distinction tonight in our presentation. So we will be reviewing 3 categories of recommendations before the board tonight. Each carries a distinct set of responsibilities and recommendations that the board has reviewed in advance on behalf of the CEO, those recommendations, and we'll be deliberating in conversation tonight. Now I'll turn it over to Ms. Angela Alvarez for our initial presentation.
Okay, sorry. Good evening. I'm Angela Alvarez. I'm the Senior Executive Director for the Office of New Initiatives. I'm joined by some colleagues who will be presenting with me. I'm going to have Lindsay introduce herself.
Good evening, I'm Lindsay Anderson. I'm a manager in the Office of New Initiatives.
And Maureen.
Good evening. My name is Maureen Gershberg. I'm the Director of Facilities Planning and Strategy within the Operations Department.
And then Kizzy.
Good evening, Kizzy Smith, Specialist in Office of New Initiatives.
And then Chief Jones.
Good evening, Teresa Jones, Chief Achievement and Accountability Officer.
With that, I'm gonna begin the process and the presentation and get started. Just a little bit of housekeeping first. I'm just gonna have this screen up for any of our members of our audience who are Spanish speaking and need to turn on certain settings on this meeting to be able to have the meeting interpreted for them while we are conducting it. So I'm just going to leave this up for a moment before we get fully into the conversation. Okay. All of the recommendations in the process aligns to board priorities 3, 4, 5, and 6. These are very weighty decisions before our Board of Commissioners tonight, who are charged with ensuring that we are offering high quality modernized facilities and resources that support the success of our students, educators, administrators, and staff, that we're effectively engaging all stakeholders, which include parents, family, and caregivers, and students in the students' education and community partners who contribute to student success. That we're providing equal access to district services, resources, and facilities to ensure the success of our students, staff, and surrounding community, and that we're increasing the number of educational programming of all types that are operating and providing a high quality educational experience. We have several different types of recommendations that we are going to go through. Sorry, having a little bit of tech issues, but hopefully it'll advancing without. Okay. All of the recommendations are part of our annual review process, which focuses on ensuring that all students have access to rigorous, robust academic programming and safe and healthy environments that promote this success of students. And there's a range of things that we consider in development of these recommendations. Schools' academic performance, as well as the school's ability to provide academic programming to its students. Climate indicators, such as things like suspensions, attendance, cohort retention, teacher retention, things like that, and the availability of schools within their structures to be able to provide supports to support having strong climates and environments in the schools. Access, quality, and distribution of school programming, and we're trying to ensure that students across our city are equitably served, no matter where they live geographically within our city, and that all student populations are equitably served within city schools. We look at school enrollment and school size. This plays a big factor in how schools are budgeted. Schools are budgeted based on the number of students they serve by state law, by blueprint law. And so size plays a big role and factor in the school's ability to programming to students. So this is something we consider within this process. Building utilization and condition. The utilization, which is like the number of students a school serves versus the capacity of the building has to serve students, is something that's a factor for us, particularly when it comes to capital improvement projects that have to be approved by the state of Maryland. And one of their requirements has to do with that we're fully utilizing buildings. And so that's a consideration on whether or not they approve our ability to put improvements within schools. We have been and are coming towards the end of implementing actions that are necessary for the 21st Century Buildings Plan. We're in the middle of the Built to Learn plan. And so there's recommendations that come up that are related to that implementation. And then this is a time where we review operator schools using our renewal framework to determine if we're going to continue their contracts, how long, or not. So just a few kind of updates. As I mentioned just a moment ago, we are in the process of winding down the 21st Century Buildings Plan. We originally had advocated to try to get enough funding to renovate or replace every school within our district. We got enough to renovate or replace 29 of our school buildings across 34 school communities with that first pot of funds, which we're thankful to have, but plan to continue to advocate for more funding. And so based on that, limited funds have essentially funded the first couple of years of that plan. We prioritize our funding based on communities that have historically had been disinvested in by governmental agencies and did not have the same amenities. Those became the first communities to receive those resources and those projects. We prioritize communities where we knew, because of declining population trends and student enrollment trends, that we were going to have to close and merge school communities. So those became the first schools that we've merged as part of this plan. And we prioritized communities where we were experiencing overcrowding and knew we needed more schools to serve those specific communities. Close to 2/3 of the schools renovated or replaced under this plan are located in communities that, based on our community schools index, are considered areas of low investment, meaning those communities have less access to resources such as transportation, may have lower income, less access to grocery stores, less home ownership, those kind of factors. And so those we consider low investment communities that using that matrix have a score of 14 or less. We are, as I said, have been implementing the Build to Learn plan, which is based on the second pot of funds that we were able to successfully advocate for and receive. And so we're happy to have Frederick Douglass, who actually is funded under 21st Century. They're the second to the last school that would be completed under the 21st Century Fund. And so they will be moving into their brand new renovated school building, them and Joseph C. Briscoe this summer. So we're excited about that. Behind them, under 21st Century, so the last school to be renovated using that source of funds, Commodore John Rogers, will open in the winter of 2027, January 2027, in their facility. And then with Build to Learn, we have City College, we're anticipating opening in August 2028. And then Western, we anticipate that opening in August 2028 as well, followed by Poly in August 2030. We have certain guiding principles that we center in this work. And the first thing is that a belief that all students in our district deserve to have a high quality education in healthy facilities that support teaching and learning. And so we make recommendations that are designed to facilitate that. That's the goal. And we only recommend changes if there's certain preconditions available that we think will lead to success, because it's very disruptive. We know this is really hard on school communities. We've heard really a lot of feedback from our communities that have recommendations that directly impact them tonight. And it's something that we think about and whenever we're bringing forward recommendations like that. I know this is within the board's thoughts, as will be informing their decision making, but we only propose changes if we think that we can really make a stronger school result, to going back to that first bullet, and that there's strong leadership in place, things like the capacity of the facility to be improved or to have improvements, and then going to that healthy facility piece of it, that we have strong partnerships and ability to align resources to continue to improve those schools so that we fulfill what we're committing to do to the community. The history of schools matter, the context matters. And so we seek to make sure that we're understanding the historical context of our school communities, and that we're thinking through that as we're making recommendations and as we're supporting school communities through changes, and that's directly impacting our work. And that we should be prioritizing any opportunities that we have for additional resources, just like we did with the 21st Century funds, in our most disinvested communities first, and that we should always be listening and seeking to do this better. This is really hard. There's no perfect way to do this. And so we need to always be listening to community and to folks that are directly impacted, like our staff, students, and families, to make sure that we're really, when we're seeking to do changes, doing them in ways that are beneficial and are really taking into full consideration the context they share with us. With that, we're going to provide some updates on recently combined school communities. So I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay Anderson for that.
Edgewood Elementary School closed in summer 2025. So this update is focused on Gwynns Falls, who received the majority of the Edgewood students. Gwynns Falls was able to add to their staff, so they increased their visual art teacher from a 0.5 teacher to a full-time teacher, similar with their IEP chair from part-time to full-time, and they added a part-time guidance counselor to their staff. They also added an additional classroom teacher, so all grades now have 2 sections. They're offering after-school tutoring in enrichment and in English language arts and math for all students. They also have an after-school provider who provides theater and dance programming. We have some facilities enhancements planned for the building, starting with new student and staff bathrooms that'll be going in this summer through our facilities department. In the transition, Edgewood families really expressed a lot of concern around the walking route, so that was a primary focus of our transition work. Baltimore City's Department of Transportation added additional traffic calming elements along the walking route. We also partnered with the movement team to provide staff along the walking route at the beginning of the school year for Edgewood families. We established a safe walking route, and movement team staff were along that walking route throughout the first several months of school to make sure students and families know the safe walking route and get to school safely.
These are a summary of recommendations that are up for tonight. So for there are 3 building surplus recommendations, 1 change in surplus date, 1 recommendation take back control, 3 schools recommended for closure at the end of the school year, 2 grade reconfigurations, 1 renewal recommendation for a 5-year term, and 5 3-year term renewal recommendations. I'm going to invite Maureen Gershberg to come up and walk us through the facilities recommendations.
And before Maureen, thank you so much, Angela. I really appreciate the overview, and thank you, Lindsay, as well. Before Maureen starts, I just want to make sure and call to my board colleagues that we will be reviewing building surplus first. So the schools that are listed here on the slide will be the ones that we'll tackle first, and then we'll move through the remainder of the portfolio. Just in advance of these presentations tonight, I just want to bring a distinction, an important one, and a thank you to the community for the feedback that we had and that we received that will guide us through tonight's presentation, along with the information that was submitted by the CEO. We received numerous feedback, not so much necessarily on these schools right here that are surplus, but on other parts of the presentation tonight. The board has had the ability to go to schools, talk to communities and families that are all taken into consideration to understand it in context what the board is looking at. So I just want to make sure that was said for tonight's presentation. So I'll turn it back over to Maureen.
Thank you very much. The first one we'll go over is the Joseph C. Briscoe building. Excuse me. So the approved 21st century plan was for Joseph C. Briscoe Separate Public Day School to co-locate with the Frederick Douglass program at the Frederick Douglass campus. That newly renovated and small addition building is slated to open this summer. And so the Joseph C. Briscoe program will be able to relocate to their renovated space, actually new space, this summer, and will no longer need the Joseph C. Briscoe facility. So we are requesting to surplus this facility summer 2026 when the school no longer needs it. And this is a very similar situation to what we did at Patterson High School, where we have a co-location between Patterson High School and the separate public day school of Claremont.
Okay, we are going to get into a part of the script that sounds formulaic. It is, the board has the full ability to vote, but it helps us make sure that there are certain legal things that have to be said on the record that we are going to share now. And so we're gonna go ahead and begin that part. Just give me 1 second. And
for the board and public that's following along, so this is item 9.05 for Joseph C. Briscoe.
City Schools Policy FCA, closing of schools, requires that local boards of education ensure at a minimum that consideration is given to the impact of a proposed surplus on the following factors: age or condition of the building facility, including age of last major renovation of the facility, financial considerations, including costs and timing of major renovations and building facility debt, and opportunities and potential impacts of the building facility surplus. For each of tonight's building surplus recommendations, the board has received data regarding each of these factors. The buildings recommended for surplus are the Joseph C. Briscoe building, the Garrison Middle School building, and the ground shop. Based on the consideration of staff recommendations presented in the annual review of schools recommendations report, testimony at the board special meeting and public hearing, the contents of the official record, and the required factors listed earlier this evening, it is the recommendation of the CEO that Joseph C. Briscoe building be surplus to the city of Baltimore in summer 2026.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santelises and Angela. Do any commissioners have any questions for staff before we begin with just an open discussion this evening? Hearing none, I'll also invite our board colleagues to open the floor for commissioners for discussion and recommendations. I'm sorry, discussion on the recommendation.
None on this side.
Thank you. Is there a motion based upon the, excuse me, is there a motion based upon tonight's recommendation?
I have a note for the record of just appreciation for the forethought of the district in looking to co-locate the special day schools, and just that this building closure is happening because Briscoe will be moving in with Douglas, and just the exciting things that means for all of our students. So that being said, I move that based on the consideration of the recommendations and rationale, the CEO, the annual review of the school recommendations report issued on November 12th, 2025, the testimony given at 2 public hearings, written testimony received by January 9th, 2026, and the contents of the official record, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ames Messenger. Is there a second?
Second, Esposito.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito. I'll now move to roll call on Joseph C. Briscoe. Vice Chair Parker?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ames Messenger?
Yes.
Thank you. Just want to acknowledge Commissioner Chicas Guzman just joined us this evening. So Commissioner Chicas Guzman.
Yes. And hello.
Hello, welcome. Thank you. We've recorded your vote. Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. Commissioner. I'm going to skip Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm just one last call for Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. We recorded your vote as yes. This motion passes. I'll now turn it back over to Angela for the next school.
Angela, should I begin?
Yep, absolutely.
All right. The second school that we're discussing tonight is Garrison Middle Building. This school has been used several times for swing space, part of the 21st Century Building Plan. The most recent school to locate there was the Billie Holiday program while their school was under construction. Since then, we've been using the site for bus parking. We've been looking at our entire portfolio for non-academic uses. And so this site was evaluated as part of that non-academic plan, and we determined that it was no longer needed, given some of the other sites that we are going to be utilizing. We are then proposing that we surplus this facility since it is no longer used. We would work with the city to continue using it as bus parking until some of the other sites are ready to take on that task, and the city has expressed that they are amenable to that.
So based on the consideration of staff recommendations presented in the annual review of schools recommendation report, testimony at the board special meeting and public hearing, the contents of the official record, and the required factors listed earlier this evening, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the Garrison Middle Building be surplus to the city of Baltimore in early 2026.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises, Maureen, and Angela. Do any commissioners have any questions for staff this evening? I'll now open the floor to commissioners for discussion on the recommendation. Hearing none, is there a motion based upon the consideration of Garrison?
Chair Sally, I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendation and rationale of the CEO, the annual review of schools recommendations report issued on November 12th, 2025, the testimony given at 2 public hearings, written testimony received by January 9th, 2026, and the contents of the official record that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner Quay. Is there a second?
Second, Esposito.
Thank you. I'll now present the roll call. Vice Chair Parker.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ames Messenger.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Chicas Guzman.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
And I am in favor. This motion passes. I'll now turn it back over to Angela for our next presentation.
The next one that we'll discuss is the Ground Shop, which is located just off of North Avenue. Apologies, I was muted. So I'm not sure what you heard. Our next building is the Ground Shop, which is right off of North Avenue. As part of the non-academic building consolidation plan, we've determined that the ground shop will no longer be needed for use after this school year. Our grounds team has relocated to unused portions of the West Side Skills Center, and that center, once it is no longer needed by Edmondson, and Edmondson is consolidated into the main Edmondson High School, there's going to be that facility is going to be hosting several operations departments for non-academic uses. And so the ground shop has already made that transition. I'd say they're probably like 95% there already, and which means that we no longer need the grounds shop.
Based on the consideration of staff recommendations presented in the annual review of schools recommendations report, testimony at the board special meetings and public hearings, the content of the official record, and the required factors listed earlier this evening, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the ground shop building be surplus to the city of Baltimore early 2026.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Dr. S. And team. Is there any questions of staff before we open up the floor for question or for vote and comments, questions? Hearing none, I'll now open the floor to commissioners for discussion of the recommendation. May I have a motion in alignment with the recommendation or another for the ground shop?
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the annual review of schools recommendations report issued on November 12th, 2025, the testimony given at 2 public hearings, written testimony received by January 9th, 2026, and the contents of the official record, that and the COMAR factors that we accept, that the board accepts the CEO's recommendations as stated.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Scott Woodruff.
Thank you. I'll take Commissioner Scott Woodruff for the second today. All in favor, Vice Chair Parker?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ames Messenger?
Yes.
Commissioner Chicas Guzman?
Yes.
Commissioner Coy?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kenyatta Bay?
Yes.
Commissioner Mohammed?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott Woodruff?
Yes.
Commissioner Simmons?
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. This motion passes. Now I'll turn it back over to Angela.
Angela, okay, there we go. So the next recommendation is to update the surplus date of the, is it Thurgood or George? We're doing?
Sorry, it's Thurgood. I'm having some little technical issues where it's responding slow, and then moving too fast. There you go.
All right. So all right.
Okay,
So
there we go.
The Thurgood Marshall Building is the next item that we're going to discuss. We're proposing to update the surplus date from 2026 to 2027. And the reason for that is there's been delays in the construction timeline in the renovation of the Northeast building. Vanguard Middle currently is in the Thurgood Marshall building, and so they cannot relocate out of there until Northeast has finished its construction. So we're proposing to extend the date of the Thurgood Marshall surplus from 2026 to 27 to allow for that extended construction timeline of the Northeast building.
On an annual basis, the board can make recommendations to the 21st Century School Buildings Plan, as well as to any kind of facilities improvement projects. The board would now consider recommendations that are related to changes to Exhibit 6, that's part of the 21st Century School Buildings Plan, as well as this renovation project. It is the recommendation of the CEO that the Big Six of the 21st Century School Buildings Plan be amended to change the surplus date of the Thurgood Marshall Building from 2026 to 2027.
So want to check in with Dr. Santelises on her recommendation.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises and team. Do any commissioners have any questions for staff regarding the recommendation for Thurgood Marshall? Hearing none, I'll now open the floor to commissioners for discussion of the recommendation.
I move that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ames Messenger. Is there a second?
Second, Scott Woodruff.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff. I'll now open the roll. Vice Chair Parker.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ames Messenger. Commissioner Ames Messenger.
I have a question.
Yes, sorry.
Just 1 second, Commissioner. Yes, okay. Commissioner Chicas Guzman. Skip Chicas Guzman. Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering if the full script needs to be written or read out in order for it to be valid.
This is the full script for this particular school. So it's accepting, the motion was to accept the CEO's recommendation as stated for this particular school.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. It's a shorter one. For this one, it's more abbreviated because this is about the 21st Century Building Plan being amended and changed to accommodate the surplus for this particular building.
Got it. Okay, then I vote yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm also in favor. This motion passes. I'll now turn it back over to Angela.
All right, this is the last facility that we'll be talking tonight in regards to the surpluses. So this is actually, oh wait, sorry, Angela.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why my computer is acting like this.
No worries.
Oh gosh. Okay.
So the George McMecken building is the last one that we'll talk about tonight. So we actually surplused this in summer 2022 after the McMecken program closed. The program closed for a variety of reasons. And then immediately after the surplus, we found we needed a temporary location for our transportation team due to some other considerations that were happening at that point in time. It was only supposed to be temporary, but since they located there, our team absorbed additional trainings that otherwise were happening with the city. We also expanded our fleet, and as we've grown into the space and taken on these additional vehicles and duties, they found that the McMecken building was actually really a good fit for the functionality of our transportation team. And so we're proposing to reabsorb that facility back into our inventory of non-academic buildings.
It is the recommendation of the CEO that the George McMecken building be accepted as part of the city schools portfolio of buildings and return to city schools control effective spring 2026.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises and team. Do any commissioners have any questions for staff regarding George McMecken? I'll now open the floor to board commissioners for discussion of the recommendation before the roll call. Is there a motion in consideration?
Just a quick verbal confirmation. Where does that put us in terms of the number of schools required to be returned? Does that impact our total status?
So we have a requirement as part of the 21st Century Buildings Plan. It was 26 buildings that we were supposed to surplus, and that was a list of specific buildings. When we surplus McMecken, it was not on that exhibit, and so it's not like we're going against our commitment for that exhibit of required buildings to surplus. McMecken was an addition to that list. Yeah.
Thanks for the refresher.
Thank you, Commissioner Ames Messenger. Is there a motion in consideration of the George McMecken building?
I move that the board accepts the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second, Esposito.
Second, I'll do Commissioner Esposito and then for this one. I'll now open the roll call. Vice Chair Parker?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ames Messenger.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Tikas Guzman.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
And I'm also in favor. This motion passes. I'll now turn it back over to Angela for the next portion of our presentation that looks at our traditional portfolio of schools this evening.
Okay. Before I get into the specifics of this recommendation, I want to make sure I'm on the record about the factors that are required for the board to consider. So the Code of Maryland Regulations, or COMAR, and City Schools Policy, FCA, closing of schools require that local boards of education ensure at a minimum that consideration is given to the impact of our proposed closure on the following 8 factors. 1, student enrollment trends. Data taken into consideration may include, as appropriate, student enrollment trends for the last 5 school years, including disaggregated data on students with disabilities and English learners for both the school proposed for closure and the school or schools to which students are proposed to be rezoned. 2, age or condition of the school building. Data taken into consideration may include dates of the last major renovations of both of the school proposed for closure and the school or schools to which students are proposed to be rezoned. 3, transportation. Data taken into consideration may include transportation and considerations for safe travel of students regarding both the school proposed for closure and the school or schools to which students are proposed to be rezoned. 4, educational programs. Data taken into consideration may include education programs in both the school proposed for closure and the school or schools to which students are proposed to be rezoned, including specialized programs like advanced placement, honors programming, special education programs, athletics, restorative practice designations, before and after care, tutoring, mentoring, and or community or other partnerships as available, school performance data, including state assessments as available, school climate culture data as available, and staffing, including teacher retention and certification data as available. Racial composition of the student. 5, racial composition of the student body. Data taken into consideration may include information regarding both the school proposed for closure and the schools or school to which students are proposed to be rezoned. 6, financial considerations. Data taken into consideration may include information regarding both the school proposed for closure and the school or schools to which students are proposed to be rezoned, including additional allocations needed to stabilize schools' budgets, the ability of the receiving school or schools to provide robust academic programming, pending facilities challenges, and facility debt at the school proposed for closure. 7, student relocation. Data taken into consideration may include geographic challenges, opportunities, distance of students from the school proposed for closure, and the school or schools to which students are proposed to be rezoned, movement of citywide educational programs associated with the school proposed for closure, and impact on student access to specialized programming. 8, impact on the community and the geographic attendance area for the school proposed to be closed and the schools or schools to which students will be relocating, including opportunities and challenges in the geographic attendance area for the school proposed for school closure and the school or schools to which students will be relocating. For each of tonight's closure recommendations of traditional public schools, the board has received data regarding each of the 8 COMAR factors. The schools recommended for closure are Dallas F. Nicholas Senior Elementary School, combining with Margaret Brent Elementary Middle School, and Renaissance Academy High School with Frederick Douglass High School, Green Street Academy, and Edmondson West Side High School identified as designated receiving schools. Turning to Dallas Nicholas, so the recommendation again, it's a closed Dallas Nicholas Elementary School at the end of school year 25-26 and combined with Margaret Brent Elementary School for school year 26-27 to rezone the portion of the Dallas Nicholas zone north of North Avenue to the Margaret Brent zone, and then rezone the portion of the Dallas Nicholas Elementary zone south of North Avenue to the Johnson Square Elementary School for future students. So this would not, if the board approves this, will not impact students who live in that portion of the current Dallas zone. All students will be rezoned to Margaret Brent that are current students of Dallas. Retain the Dallas Nicholas Senior Elementary School building and the city schools portfolio. This is connected to a recommendation to reconfigure Margaret Brent's to eliminate its middle grades that the board will be voting on later tonight. So these are tied, and so it's important that we all keep that in mind once we get into the decision making as a board. As a reminder, some of the key considerations for this recommendation: Dallas Nicholas is an undersized school and has been one of the smallest elementary schools in Baltimore for many years. The school's enrollment has been declining over time and continues to decline. Margaret Brent is located a half a mile from Dallas Nicholas. It too has struggled with being a small school for many years, and this has made it particularly challenging on the middle grades, which we'll talk more about when we get to the grade configuration recommendation. Due to the low enrollment, it makes it very challenging for the schools to provide staffing and services that go beyond essential staffing and services. And both schools have needed supplementary funding just to meet basic requirements. The decision was to identify Margaret Brent as a receiving school because it has stronger academic performance, and then the facility is also a stronger long-term fit for the combined elementary school due to recent upgrades. And it has space to accept the students. Other considerations is Dallas Nicholas, which opened in 1976, was named for African-American lawyer, educator, and civil rights advocate who also served on the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. If this recommendation is approved, we would do work with the school community through the transition process to maintain that name and honor the legacy of Dallas F. Nicholas in the combined school community in some way as determined by that transition committee and the broader school community. The other key consideration is Dallas Nicholas houses many citywide special education programs that serve students in early learning and elementary grades. These include Early Learning Environment, which serves pre-kindergarten and kindergarten students with autism and developmental delays. Let's Grow, which is a pre-K and kindergarten program for students with developmental delays. 2 classrooms for programs for autistic learners, a PAL Life Skills program, which serves students in the 1st and 2nd grade. These programs, if this is approved, will be relocated to other schools if it's approved. I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay.
So this slide shows the Dallas Nicholas enrollment over the last 5 years. Their official enrollment for school year 2025-26 is 187 students. As you can see, they've been declining over time and under 300 for many years. When schools, when elementary and elementary middle schools are below 300 in enrollment, it becomes hard to build a budget that just provides all of the programming and resources that students need. So as you can see, they've been below 300 for many years. This slide shows the Margaret Brent Elementary Middle School enrollment. Their official enrollment for school year 2025-26 is 239 students. They have also been below 300 for several years and declining in enrollment. This map shows the Dallas Nicholas students and the proposed new zones for Margaret Brent and Johnston Square. So the bright red and yellow are the concentrations of Dallas Nicholas students. As you can see, most of them live kind of right around the school, like northeast of the school. The reddish orange outline is how the Margaret Brent zone would change. And the blue outline is how the Johnston Square zone would change. As Angela mentioned, that would only impact future students. If this recommendation is approved, all current students at Dallas Nicholas would be rezoned to Margaret Brent. You can also see the 1 mile radius. That's the dotted line, the dotted orange line around Margaret Brent and the dotted blue line around Johnston Square. So most of the students in the Dallas Nicholas zone, or all of the students, would be within a mile of Margaret Brent. This table shows the walking distances to Margaret Brent. So for students who attend Dallas and live in the Dallas zone north of North Avenue, the average walking distance would be about a half a mile. The maximum walking distance would be about 3/4 of a mile. So within that 1 mile walkable distance. We're moving into the academic data for Dallas Nicholas and Margaret Brent. So this first slide shows the results for the MCAP assessment for grades 3 through 5 in English language arts. Most recently, last year, Margaret Brent's average performance level was 2.1. Dallas Nicholas's average performance level was 1.77. The total percent proficient at Margaret Brent was 25.4%, whereas at Dallas it was 10.9%. Over the last 3 years, Margaret Brent has had a higher average performance level and total percent proficient in English language arts for grades 3 through 5. Looking at math, most recently, Margaret Brent had 21.6% students proficient in grades 3 through 5 math with an average performance level of 1.97. Dallas Nicholas had 6% students proficient and an average performance level of 1.58. Similarly as to the English language arts assessment, over the last 3 years, Margaret Brent has had a higher average performance level and total percent proficient than Dallas Nicholas in the math MCAP. And then these are the MSDE star ratings for both schools. So over the last 3 years, both schools have had 2 3-star ratings and 1 2-star rating. Most recently, for last year, Margaret Brent was rated 3 stars and Dallas Nicholas was rated 2 stars.
Based on consideration of staff recommendations presented in the annual review of schools recommendations report, testimony at the board hearings, the contents of the official record, and the 8 COMAR factors listed earlier this evening, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the Dallas F. Nicholas Senior Elementary School program combines with Margaret Brent Elementary School. The Dallas F. Nicholas Senior Elementary School closes effective summer 2026, that the portion of the Dallas F. Nicholas Senior Elementary Zone north of North Avenue is rezoned to Margaret Brent Elementary School, that the portion of the Dallas F. Senior Elementary Zone south of North Avenue is rezoned to Johnson Square Elementary School for future students only, and that the district retains the Dallas F. Nicholas Senior Elementary School building in City Schools portfolio for future educational use.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises and team. I'd like to now open the floor for questions that board commissioners have for staff before we have a discussion.
Yes. I
Please,
have
Phil.
a question as to, as we said, future academic use or future use by Baltimore City Schools. Can you specify what that future use would be?
We have not determined what that use would be at this time, just that we intend to continue to use the building.
Major population is special needs students. Am I correct? I'm just asking.
Dallas does have a number of specialized programs. I shared those earlier, just a few moments ago.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any additional questions for board colleagues of staff?
Yes,
I
I
have
have a
a-
question. Oh, sorry.
Let me go. I'm sorry, I didn't hear before Commissioner Esposito. Who was the other commissioner?
Vice Chair Parker.
Okay, I'll have Vice Chair Parker go and then Commissioner Esposito.
Yes, this is a question I will probably ask for all schools that are up for closure, or combining. Can quickly, the staff tell us what, if this school is closed, what is like a little timeline or process and procedure to support parents, teachers, and community with the shift in combining the schools, or if it's a closure, finding new schools?
Yep. So if the board approves this, starting in late February, early March, we would stand up a transition committee made of parents and students and school staff of the school that's closing, as well as the school that's combining or the receiving school. And that committee will begin to meet regularly throughout the spring. And we will work with, so in this case with Dallas, just to be specific, because Margaret Brent is the intended receiving school. So part of the work of the committee would be looking together at creating a shared identity between the two school communities. So looking at things such as the school model, school mission, uniforms, traditions at schools, at each school that's important to each of the stakeholders. And then using that to come up with create a shared community, as well as like how we would preserve the legacy of Dallas F. Nicholas within the school. Often that looks like proposals for naming parts of a school building for that person, and that leads to like education of students about the significance of that person, who that person is. For staff, HC will begin doing bi-monthly meetings with staff. We'll start with a meeting that includes ONI with the staff to go over the process for providing supports to staff. The staff are prioritized in terms of positions before other staff. Our goal and our hope is to bring as many folks as possible within the shared school, so that there is familiar faces, and again, we're trying to combine a school community, but we will also provide opportunities for staff to visit other schools, because there's mutual consent. So visit the school that we're hoping staff are interested in terms of the combining school, but other schools of interest. And so we provide coverage so teachers can leave during the school day to be able to to see what another school community is like during the school day and that they have interest in, and be able to talk to the school leader and staff there before they make any kind of final determinations about where they are. Staff will be supported in placement through HC. So staff will be supported through the process. And that could look like additional, there's also engagement events HC has set up for staff to get to know other school leaders that they'll be invited to participate in, that are organized by network. The network team also provides support as they'll be aware of openings, and so also helps to connect staff with openings if they're interested in other schools. Sometimes people have like other kind of certifications or other interests based on their address. For families, we'll be having also events for them to get to know the staff of the combined school. So those events will happen throughout the spring. We also provide opportunities for students to get to know each other. So we work with staff to kind of meet and greet with students during the school day as applicable, see if there's lessons or opportunities for them to do kind of shared experiences together or shared field trips or other kind of school experiences. So we support the school community in that. We work with partners or our wholeness team to provide some restorative events for folks to process their feelings through this and to have a safe space with experts in that work to really kind of be able to name the things that kind of work through those pieces. In the summer, we work with the school leadership teams and their support teams to develop a support plan for any students or families who will need additional support that needs to be ready before the school starts. So those are some of the things. I don't know, Lindsay, if there's other things I'm missing that we should name.
I think the last thing is just we'll look for ways to preserve the legacy of the closing school, both in the receiving school once they combine, but also in kind of end of year events with the closing school. In the past several years, we've done memory books with school communities where staff and students and families share their memories and artwork, and we put it in a book that everybody gets a copy of. We've helped with commemorative events as well. And as Angela shared at the beginning of the presentation, this is something that we're always improving on based on the feedback of the school community that we're working with and that transition committee. So these are kind of some of the types of things that we've done over the past several years, but it depends on the needs of the community. And once the board votes to make a change like this with a school, we stay in relationship with that school for the next 2 to 3 years. So what Angela described is a lot of the kind of initial transition activities that we will facilitate over the spring and summer and early next school year, but we stay in relationship with that combined school. And so we do other things like, leverage partner resources and our own internal resources to invest in the schools so that they have what they need for all students to be successful, and that we're also able to continue to beautify their building.
Commissioner Esposito.
Thank you. So I was going to ask what information that you've gathered about the impact on students, specifically the ones in special education and on the autism spectrum, and how it would impact their ability to walk to the receiver schools, or if there's additional needs for transportation, what supports they are being provided, like what supports they may lose that currently being provided at Dallas does. Or individual impact that would disrupt the routine they've gotten accustomed to. Sorry, my dog. And are there any plans to have a special education specific transition plan and coordination with the special education department because I do think it's best to center their transition experience because it does benefit everyone else in the school.
Yeah. So for students with disabilities that require transportation, that continues for those students based on their needs. The Office of Special Education and Transportation works to ensure that students are having placements that are as close as possible to their homes. But transportation is provided if students have like specific needs where that is necessary. So that's something that we continue. That's part of a student's IEP or determined in their IEP meeting to be a need for a student based on their needs. We work closely with the Office of Special Education and the Office of Early Learning. So many of the specialized programs at Dallas Nicholas are the majority of those specialized programs are actually early learning programs. So for students in pre-K and K, for any students where students' needs can change throughout their lives, but for any students who continue to need those supports, we work with those offices to develop like specific plans and specific support to ensure students' needs are met. Like we know, like for example, for students with autism, there needs to be some early pre-exposure to what the other school they would be going to looks like, and so those sometimes I don't know, we have special ed in here, so I'm gonna use the wrong terminology, so forgive me, but like there are like these story books that you do with students that have like images and students to see and start to familiarize themselves with that kind of change. You have to do early planning for a change for any students with autism.
Thank you. Are there additional questions from board colleagues?
Yes, I have a question. Regarding the citywide programs, I see in the steering committee notes there are a number of schools that will be set to receive the various programs. In particular, there are 2 PAL and life skills classrooms that will go to different schools if the recommendation is approved. What factors go into the decision around like which classroom goes where? And then secondly, are when we say classrooms, are the physical like classroom rosters moving, meaning those students stay together or at least have that option presented to them?
For the PAL and life skills programs will go. Margaret Brent will have the capacity to serve students from the Dallas community who where PAL and life skills continue to be their need within that in that school building if this is approved. And so at that program, that Margaret Brent will be able to serve students in grades 1 through 5 if this is approved. In terms of the program movement, we're talking about pre-K and K programs. So this is a transition point for students. So students wouldn't necessarily, again, it's going to depend on the individual needs of students, whether they continue to need that support or not, based on what's appropriate for them. And so when we're talking about program moves, we're specifically talking about the staffing of that program to making sure that as a district, we have the capacity to serve that need. Lindsay, do you want to share some of the factors that go into consideration of the location of those programs?
1 second, just before you go, Lindsay. And what I'm reading, it says 1 PAL life skills classroom will move to Margaret Brent, and then 1 PAL life skills classroom will move to Waverly. So I think seeing those 2 bulleted out separately, I'm curious about kind of what goes into that, and do the students from Dallas in their current classroom group setting?
So for the PAL program, Margaret Brent already has a PAL classroom. So moving 1 gives them 2. That means the PAL students that are at Dallas and at Margaret Brent if you approve this, will be able to be accommodated together at Margaret Brent. And so that movement of that second classroom at Dallas is about that staffing going to Waverly. And that's the proposed recommendation on that. Lindsay, can you share the factors?
Yeah, and I think Denise Mabry from Special Education is here too, so I'll invite Denise to jump in and make sure we don't miss anything. But some of the things that we consider are geographic location, where we have programs or where we have a deficit of programs and programs are needed so that we can accommodate students who need that kind of setting closest to their home. We also look at, buildings that have space. We look at what other citywide programs are already at the school so that we can provide kind of a continuum of support and minimize transitions for students. So, for example, Waverly already has, I believe, an early learning environment program, which typically kind of, if students continue to need that kind of support, feeds into the PAL program once they get to first grade. And so we're looking at kind of those continuums at schools so that once a student, is in a program, if they continue to need that kind of support, they can just kind of move along the grade bands in their current school and not have to change schools. I mentioned geography, but just, making sure that we're providing programs that are close to students' homes is important. Denise, I think I got most of the major things, but since Denise is here, I just want to invite her to, if she can, to.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Good evening. This is Denise Mabry, Director of Compliance and Due Process in the Office of Special Education. And yes, exactly what Lindsay said. We have currently have one class at each of the schools that will be receiving another class. So in order to have the continuum services at Margaret Brent, we will move one of the classes from Dallas, and the same for Waverly. And we look at the location where the students live and also the grades to make sure that classrooms are equally distributed with students in each classroom.
Did we get, Commissioner Scott Woodruff, did we get all of your questions answered? Okay, great.
Yes.
Additional questions from board colleagues?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Mohammed. So for the sake of clarity, can you help me understand what we're doing if the board chooses to go with this recommendation? We're saying that we're going to send our students to Margaret Brent currently. What school are we referring those students to in the future? Is it going to continue to be Margaret Brent?
Yeah, Margaret Brent will become the school that serves the majority of the Dallas. It becomes the Dallas Margaret Brent becomes one big zone, so that becomes the school for the community.
Understanding that many of those students come to us below North Avenue, will we find that? Do we feel that some of those students would find themselves at Johnson Square?
The portion. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, please. I think you got it.
The portion of the zone that we would rezone for future students at Johnson Square, and maybe Maureen can come online, doesn't have many students in it now. It's not likely to have many students. It has some. It's not all housing, but Maureen, can you come on? I just want to make sure that I'm speaking to this correctly.
I don't think she's with us anymore, but I can text her. But
okay.
The map that we showed earlier, last year there were 32 students who lived in that part of the Dallas-Nicholas zone.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll jump.
Planning doesn't predict that number is going to grow. In fact, it looks like it could shrink over time. It's a very small kind of area because there's a mix of like housing and like business. It's not all housing in the portion of that zone that has that change. But future students, any new students would would, and when we're talking about current students, we mean family, so that would include siblings. We would continue them in the Margaret Brent zone, but any brand new families would become part of the Johnson Square zone.
And that's the point I'm trying to get to, just the educational rationale for that, and what the two schools are going to be able to produce. Particularly, I'll lean into this. One of the things that I'm looking at is the performance. When you brought up the academic performance, we see that there is a difference in performance between our students at Dallas Nicholas and our students at Margaret Brent. Do we foresee, is there a plan around those students that may be coming into potentially Margaret Brent, and that gap that already exists, and how they can potentially fall further behind, understanding that the student body that's already there is at one level, while we may be bringing in a student population that needs a specific level of support that's currently being provided at Dallas Nicholas?
We will work with like the school leader and the ILED with ensuring that students are supported. So that's like part of those kind of student discussions that I mentioned in terms of the supports, like identifying students who might need any kind of extra support. So it could be extra support in terms of tutoring or coaching, but it just for the community knowledge. So obviously academic supports would be considered, but we also think about like kind of other support students or families may need. So we know if there's any families who need food support or winter clothes support, that kind of thing. That's all. So all those things kind of discussed as part of the support plan. For Johnson Square, there's a it's not immediate. Johnson Square is one of our schools, our focus schools, that is going through centralized supports through academics and the ILED team to improve academic outcomes for that school.
Okay, I appreciate the insight. I think just for my board colleagues, my concern there was just learning loss during this time of potential transition, and if we had a strong plan in place to be able to solve for potential learning loss. Thank you.
Rock.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
I have one question.
Sure.
And good evening. And you guys might have answered this, and I might have missed this in all the conversations that we had, but with young people or families below 25th Street, between Greenmount, why was Cecil not on the table instead of crossing North Avenue and going down Greenmount to go to Johnson Square? How did that work out?
No, Cecil's on the same side as
Cecil's, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cecil's
on the same side as Dallas. Oh, why do we?
The same side.
But
so why
we're not
crossing North Avenue and going down Greenmount to Johnson Square?
But we're not recommending the students who live north of on the Cecil or Dallas side go to Johnson Square. In fact, all current students we're recommending are going to Margaret Brent. Any future students who are on the other side, so not on the same side as Cecil, Johnson Square is actually the closest. They don't have to cross North Avenue. And Cecil is also very full. So just that is additional context.
Any additional questions? I have two, so let me just pick up on one that Commissioner Simmons has. So for families who may not feel that Margaret Brent is an appropriate placement for their child, would they have an opportunity to work with the district to identify a school that they feel that better fits and suits the needs of their children and their family?
Yeah, absolutely. We're still a district where families have choice at all grade levels, and we work with ECT and supporting families. And families have time, and so we hope that families consider Margaret Brent, that we're able to do the transition process and those relationship building to really get them a chance to to just understand and help us build school community together. But if at the end of that they don't feel like that's the right fit for their students, we work with ECT. Schools that are impacted by school closure go through a specialized support process to help them find the schools that are the best fit for them.
Got it. My second question is about those investors who have made investments over the course of Dallas F. Nicholas's lively tenure and length of the duration of school, especially our most recent our most recent investors in the school community. How do we work to honor the investments that were made to the school, given that there's a lot of interest in making sure that our investments do pay off, that they're honored, for their contributions to the school and to children?
Yep.
And how do we support, especially investors who have the opportunity to continue to invest in another school like Margaret Brent or somewhere else? How do we support the school leader, given that they spend a lot of time cultivating those relationships? How do we support that work moving from one school community to the next, if it's appropriate in their interests?
Yeah, and again, that's a big part of the transition process. So we meet with partners and folks who have supported the school community, and see if there's ways to partner in the combined school community. So that's part of active discussions and meetings that we have with those folks to see if there's alignment and ability to continue that support in the new combined school community. And often, we've had partners who are really helpful when there are times when those supports, for different reasons, may not be able to be continued into the combined school community. Often they'll support with the transition. So we work through different ways of making sure that we're connected and talking with them and figuring out how to leverage those resources to continue to support the school community. And Lindsay, I don't know if I'm missing anything you want to add.
No, I think that's everything.
That's helpful. Thank you. Was there any other additional questions from board colleagues?
I'm sorry, and I know it's in the report, and I'm having a hard time putting my finger on it. For the life skills programs, where are they being relocated to? Or sorry, not the life skills, the Let's Grow. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let's Grow. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to pull up my notes.
And just as like a future note, as we all spend time thinking about what this process looks like in the future, I know it would be helpful for me to be able to kind of realizing like we are a city of neighborhoods and streets matter, just to be able to visualize kind of where Let's Grow realizing it's important for that to be an integration model as opposed to POW programs where looking at continuity is much more important, but to be able to visualize where all of these programs are within the city as we think about future portfolio shifts would be really helpful. So as we look into the spring to begin to think about that just as a board member to be able to learn and understand that landscape differently would be helpful.
Okay, yep, we can make sure that we're providing updates and a visual map of the locations of that as we do that.
So Let's Grow is recommended to go to Lakewood Elementary School. And also I think we mentioned this, but for students who live, in the Dallas area who continue to need that kind of environment, they would be enrolled in the program that's closest to their home. So the Lakewood movement of that program means that those staff would move and the classroom materials would move. But students who are enrolled in that program and continue to need it would be potentially enrolled at Lakewood or other locations that are closer to their home.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Anything additional from board colleagues? Is there a motion in consideration of Dallas F. Nicholas?
I
I'm
move
sorry, I
that
thought
based on the
one
consideration
second. I'm
of,
Excuse me,
sorry.
what?
I'm sorry.
One quick second.
I'm sorry. I thought we
Um,
were doing questions and then discussion.
I'm sorry. Let's move into this. I'm so sorry. This has been a long school. Let's move into any discussion by board colleagues. Thank you for reminding me, Commissioner.
Yeah. So I would like rigorous discussion with the board colleagues before the vote, really on all the ones, like I said before, that have a closure. I think I'm just gonna put some stuff on the record. These decisions are very crucial, but for me, I'm very torn. I do know that I'll just stay with this school, but I will just say majority of these schools are small and I'll say this, some of the recommendations and some of the reasons why are very valid. And some of the reasons why we may want to keep some of these schools open, that is valid as well. So I just wanted some discussion around like just people just putting ideas out there before we actually take a vote.
I can't find the hand to
Yeah,
raise.
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
But
Commissioner. I can see.
one thing in consideration of what the vice chair just asked, sometimes, and what I'm seeing is, and I understand the school's ability to support itself, the numbers, the volume makes a difference, but sometimes those environments are the best for a select group of students, a group of students that needs a focused attention. As we go about the process of talking about, we need smaller classrooms, we need less students, we need more one-on-one, well, there are a lot of challenged groups that where flourish in those environments. And I'll just give a real quick example, and I'll be quiet, but I remember during the pandemic, my granddaughter was not doing well in school before, flourished because of her ability to now be more focused. Some of us, we really, I think, need to be focused on those situations, those schools, and those environments that provide strength to groups that have been marginalized, that have been overlooked, and have been kind of stepped on to the side. Instead of we need that number. We need to find better ways to support these smaller groupings. That's just my comment. That's just my thought.
Yeah,
Thank you,
and
Commissioner.
jumping on that comment, because I think, again, like I said, I think that is valid. I just wanted some ideas, and again, I might probably ask this for every school. I just want some ideas from commissioners around how we will either keep a school open or close a school, because both have ramifications. We just can't say yes or no. We kind of have to be forward thinking on both ends. So when we say yes, we'll keep this school open, are we looking to possibly like direct budgetary? Because again, as it currently stands, it cannot support the itself and the programmings that is needed, which is the very reason why we would want to keep the school open.
Yeah, so let me take that one on at the top. So one thing that Angela lifted up that I think is a really important consideration here with Dallas F. Nicholas is that because of the small size of the school, that there's additional supplementary funding that's being put into the school to make sure that they can meet basic requirements. One thing that was very evident when, and thank you, we're very thankful to the Dallas F. Nicholas community for allowing us to come and visit and have additional conversations so that we understand how these things play out. These small school communities, while they offer a very intimate feeling for families, one of the challenges that they have is being able to staff the school with the budget that they have. So quite often, Folks are wearing multiple hats inside of the building and to ensure that a number of things that are being covered. So anything from crossing guards to electives to you name it, lunch coverage, those kind of things don't have the robust budgets to really support everything that the school needs. And so that puts a lot of strain on a very collegial, cooperative, impact-driven staff that really cares about creating a conducive learning environment to make things work every single day. And one thing that, I'm challenged with that, knowing that the budgetary constraints, I think the other thing that's challenging there is just what does that mean in terms of the sustainability of the staff to continue to make do with that. And I think what we saw in the enrollment trends that those continue to decline year over year over year. I think there was a question that was asked of Angela in terms of around the number of families that are serving that neighborhood. So that's just a consideration is the ability to grow the school so that they have the budgetary means to, take the pressure off staff that's transpiring there. There are other comments, questions, consideration, ideas?
I have a
I'll go to
comment.
Commissioner Ames Messenger.
I'll be quick, Ash. I think just on that note around school size and conversation, and I think first of all, again, thank you for letting us visit. It was really helpful to see it in action. But when we're looking at size, and I think Kenyatta Bay around this conversation of looking at there's a need of a variety of sizes. And I absolutely agree with that there is a need for some students to be in this setting. And I think where I am really struggling in this conversation is that needs to be an option that is on the table to be thinking creatively over the next 3, 5, 10 years about how we make up our portfolio. I think my concern in this case is that it's not based on the needs of the specific student. It's based on the happenstance of where the geography lays. And it's one thing when we are making considerations for these students that need a specific small structured environment, and we're making the budget allocations to be able to support those kids what they need, as opposed to the fact that these are kids that happen to be zoned for a school that is positioned in a place where there is not sufficient funding or staffing, or even honestly a building that's the right fit to be able to meet those. So I think looking at how do we I absolutely agree that school size needs to be something that we are having a conversation about how we are using strategically in the next 3, 5, 10 years, but that it's not by accident is I think my concern.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito?
Thank you. Yeah, I just appreciate y'all being able to give space to go on the record. And so I guess what's unsettling for me is some schools and enrollment this, are our seats in schools aligned with the growth of the city, or what's happening with the population? I don't I think this is my third time going through this process, and I think that's still a question that I have, even with more information and kind of watching the process. And I would like for us to make it more transparent on even using our school website and providing data on the dashboard about how many seats we have available in specific schools, because I have folks in my community that weren't aware of how many seats were available for their kids who live in the neighborhood, and then with the help that they got for enrolling, were enrolled in a different school that's not necessarily convenient. So it does feel a little bit of musical chairs, and I think the questions that I have, I wish that we had more time to assess the enrollment patterns and what's actually driving it and how families are enrolling. And as a parent of a kid that goes to one of these smaller schools, we're right on the cusp. And also I live in an area of the city that has lost a lot of schools, and so I kind of want to raise one of the questions that I raised in the past, or just talk out loud. Do we need to look at our utilization rate, and also do a deep dive into the budget to see like, what's the impact that we're also having on school choice by going through this process. Because like some of the other commissioners raised, like people are intentionally choosing smaller schools. And I would hate for like families to choose a school and then lose a school that they intentionally chose because it was a smaller classroom setting and probably better for their child. So I'll go on the record with what I said the first year that I joined the board is that I am in favor of a moratorium so that we can actually study this.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito. Other additional discussion points from board colleagues?
Yeah, quickly, just to keep this directly on Dallas F. Nicholas. One of the things that I was hoping to see tonight with this portfolio review or the school review is really around the future educational use and understanding, having clear understanding what it would cost us to continue to service the building, making a financial investment. Are we making a financial investment into a building that will not house young people? And if that's the case, would it suit us better to make that same financial investment into the young people that already exist? And that's one of the things I did not hear, which certainly will impact where I stand. So I think that I would say to my other board colleagues that there are investments that have been made into the space, and the reality that the school size is small, it's real. The cost associated to maintaining this school there's a deficit that's there. But recognizing that, I would love to hear what we planned on doing immediately with that space, so that we would know where the dollars are being spent, and that I didn't hear tonight.
And Commissioner Mohammed, as we consider how we move forward with this particular school, there is an opportunity to even voice over, what the board's preferences are for the use of the consideration and use of the facility if the school does not continue. So it's something for us to all consider.
May I just chime in with one last statement that investments are not just fiscal. And I think one dynamic that we need to take a look at is the investment of that community and the investment of those parents and the investment that those children are made for their future. I just say that.
Chair, this is Commissioner Slater
yes,
here. I have permission to speak.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So, all of us know that this process is not easy. And hearing from the community, like no one wants to close a school. And just wrestling with the fact that this school is a cherished asset for the community and the children and families who attend there. And so I just want to give recognition to that as we process this. But I also feel like there are unanswered questions here, whether it be about building use afterwards, whether it be, do we have the best plan possible for moving the students? I hear the considerations. I trust the staff has considered the needs of our most vulnerable students. But it just doesn't feel like we're there yet, or that the board has enough information to make a recommendation or to make a decision about closure. That being said, I'm not advocating for sustaining a small building. While I do appreciate small schools, the intimacy of small schools, the relationship and the community that is built, the ability to have one-on-one interventions with students when they need it. As a system, it is not sustainable. We are just not built that way. Our funding model is not built that way to sustain it. So I'm weighing both things. I'm weighing, do I have enough information to make an informed decision and displace students and close this building? But I'm also doing so with the knowledge that while aspirational, while I would love to have a district full of small schools that serviced families, our current funding model does not lend itself to that. And it's not, in order to make sure that children have everything, all that they deserve. If it's horseback riding, if it's arts, if it's music, the best that they deserve. We're just not funded that way in a way that is sustainable for our district. And so I don't think even if a decision is not made tonight on the longevity of this building, I don't want to send the message that we can sustain small schools at this point. So these are all of the things that I am wrestling with, and the reality that a hard decision has to be made because of our funding model.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any additional discussion points that board colleagues would like raised this evening?
Yes, Chair Sally, I want to just uplift and first just thank the respective communities at both Dallas F. Nicholas as well as Margaret Brent for providing input and context throughout the process, as well as district staff. Want to uplift for my board colleagues that when we're thinking about this process and if the recommendation is approved, we're talking about change on multiple levels for the families, as there is also a change, a leadership change that has to be taken into consideration. So we're combining communities, there's leadership change, as well as some grade reconfigurations. And so if the recommendation is approved, what guardrails, guidelines, procedures can be in place to ensure that for the families who are experiencing this, that the strong leadership is selected. It feels very much like we're talking about something that is multi-level, multi-layer, and very comprehensive, and we're having to make a decision on one small facet of that without all of the other pieces kind of being put on the table at the same time. So just wanted to uplift that there are some additional nuances to this particular recommendation.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Just want to add really quick to Commissioner Woodruff's point. We are really thinking about, for me, it's creating a new school community. If we are sending young people to Margaret Brent, it's almost like a merger. And I'm just thinking about, just like you kind of laid out, like all of the layers that have to happen for success to come out of this move, right? And I don't know if I have all of that.
Chair Sally, if I can add one thought, I just have been sitting thinking, and Commissioner Slater-Harrington, your comments, I really appreciate just that nuance that you highlighted, and others obviously here. In one of the questions that I do wonder is if, knowing, as we've all highlighted, knowing that it is unsustainable, meaning that it is not able to meet the minimum requirements of COMAR without supplemental funding, if we keep it open, I guess I recognize that there's lots of questions that haven't been answered in the process, or there's some questions that haven't been answered in the process. I would offer, though, that if we keep it open, have we answered the question what school or what schools are not going to get that funding that we then need to supplement this school with? Because that is that balance. And to the point, Commissioner Slater-Harrington, that you raised, the you know, the sustainability of it is such a tough question, because the funding model from the state and the requirements from the state have to be met, but it is not designed for a school below certain levels without the supplemental funding that comes from frankly, from another school.
Another note just on the consideration of timing for this, and that I agree in like wanting more information than I feel like I have. But also being concerned that this is incredibly disruptive, especially for many of these students that are in specialized programs, and also wanting to be respectful of the chance for a decision and not prolonging transition, which also comes with its own harms.
I appreciate this very thoughtful discussion this evening. I also want to recognize and honor that we do have a number of other schools that do need our deliberation this evening. I want to ask that for any final discussion points so that we may consider a motion regarding Dallas F. Nicholas.
I have a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that based on the consideration of the recommendation and rationale of the CEO, the annual review of school recommendations report issued on November 12th, 2025, the testimony given at the 2 public hearings, written testimony received by January 9th, 2026, the contents of the official record, and the 8 Colmar factors, that the board defer the CEO's recommendation for next year's annual review process for further study.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington, for the motion. This motion is on the floor.
Second.
Is there a second? I'm sorry.
Yes, second, Kenyatta Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. I'll now open the roll call. Vice Chair Parker.
I'm so sorry. This is an important thing. I want to make sure I heard correctly. Can you repeat the motion?
Sure. Commissioner Slater Harrington.
You have to read the whole thing.
No, just on the last part.
I recommend to defer the CEO's recommendation until next year's annual review process for further study.
Thank you. Vice Chair Parker.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ace Messenger.
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Chicas Guzman.
No.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
No.
No, I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Commissioner Coy.
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito.
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
Thank you, and I am also in favor. This motion passes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favor of the motion this evening. 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. This school will be deferred until next recommendation or next annual review process. We'll now move forward to Renaissance Academy High School.
The recommendation before the board is to close Renaissance Academy at the end of the current school year, 25-26, and then to offer Renaissance Academy families through a specialized choice process options at other high schools, including 3 designated receiver schools, Frederick Douglass High School, Edmondson Westside High School, and Green Street Academy. Renaissance is an undersized high school and has been City School's smallest traditional high school for many years. This school has had a persistent challenge in its ability to offer the full array of courses and academic programming for students. The school has needed supplemental funding over multiple years to meet basic budget requirements. Supplemental funding is provided to undersized schools that is often only simply enough just to meet the basic requirements. Each of the schools that are identified as receiver schools have been selected based on the academic and extracurricular opportunities they can afford to students and because they have sufficient space to accept Renaissance students.
So as Angela shared, all of the receiving schools were selected because of their proximity to where students live and also the breadth of program offerings they provide. Frederick Douglass High School is a community school with the Y of Central Maryland is a lead agency. So as a community, they provide a lot of wraparound support to students, tutoring, mentoring, help with food. They will be opening in their renovated 21st Century School building this summer, as we shared at the beginning of the presentation. So that would give students the opportunity to use modernized learning spaces. They have a variety of AP and CTE courses, new CTE programs opening up when they get into the new building, including the Home Builders program. And they have a variety of athletics clubs and other extracurricular student experiences. Edmondson Westside High School is also a community school. City Schools is the lead agency. As a CTE center, they offer a diverse array of career-oriented programming for students. They are also set to receive improvements through our capital improvement plan. So their building will be receiving improvements as well. And similarly to Frederick Douglass, they offer a variety of athletics and clubs and extracurricular activities for students. The last recommended receiving school is Green Street Academy. They're a charter school and they are also a community school with City Schools as the lead agency. They have many AP and CTE programs in addition to apprenticeships and internship opportunities for students. They are housed in a fully renovated facility and also have had recent improvements to their athletic fields and have a variety of athletics and clubs. And so as Angela shared, if the recommendation is approved, Renaissance students and families would be supported in choosing one of these schools or other school options based on their interests and their needs. This slide shows the enrollment in Renaissance over the last 5 years. So they have been very small for quite some time. Under 300 students over the last 5 years and beyond, and have been our smallest traditional high school program in the district for quite a while. This map shows where Renaissance students live in relation to Renaissance and the receiving schools. So as you can see by the heat map, most Renaissance students do live in close proximity to the building, but they also, there are concentrations of them in other parts of the city as well. And so that's why, we've recommended the receiving schools partly based on location, but we'll be supporting families in choosing other schools that are closer to their home if that's what they desire, if this is approved. This table shows the transportation breakdown for Renaissance students. 71% of the students are MTA eligible, meaning they live more than 1.5 miles from Renaissance. And so looking at the transit time, students' current average transit time for Renaissance is about 43 minutes. If all Renaissance students decided to go to Frederick Douglass, that would actually decrease a little bit to 39 minutes. If all Renaissance students chose to go to Edmondson Westside, that average transit time would increase by about 10 minutes to 51 minutes, and similarly for Green Street Academy. So in terms of transit time, all of the receiving schools are within 10 minutes of what students are currently experiencing. And this table shows the 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate for Renaissance and the receiving schools in 2024, which is the last year we have data for. The graduation rate for Renaissance was 37.1% as compared with the receiving schools, and our average for traditional non-selective high schools across the district was 66%.
Based on consideration of staff recommendations presented in the annual review report of school in the annual review of schools recommendations report, testimony at board hearings, contents of the official record, and the 8 COMAR factors listed earlier this evening, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the Renaissance Academy High School program close effective summer 2026, with current Renaissance families offered other high school choice options through an individualized, specialized choice process, including the 3 designated receiving high schools, Edmondson Westside High School, Frederick Douglass High School, and Green Street Academy, and other schools, including traditional charter and transformation schools.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santelises and team. Before we open the floor for discussion, do any commissioners have questions for staff?
Anyone?
Actually,
Yes.
and before I actually do that, let me just thank the community at Renaissance Academy for their active engagement throughout this process, for the feedback that we've received as board commissioners, and thank you for the team, staff, principal, and students at Renaissance Academy for welcoming the Board of School Commissioners in for engagement and for their conversation. Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to board colleagues. Is it Commissioner Simmons?
Yes, I just wanted to know what happens if this if we pass this and that side of the building is now unoccupied. What does that mean for the other school, the space?
If you approve this, we would look to occupy that building in some other way.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna say like,
Yeah,
like
sometimes
is
that can
is that
be-
occupying it with students,
Yeah.
or are we?
Sometimes it can be with with partners. Sometimes we move programs, so we would look at other needs to use that building. So for example, last year when we closed BDJ and it combined with Augusta Fells, we were able to expand Harlan Park Elementary Middle into a portion of the building to occupy it, helping it with its space needs. And we have a partner, Heart Smiles, that's also located in that building that is a partner that serves our students. And so they have they use that to support their programming and their administrative offices. And so we would look to do a similar thing. So sometimes we move programs around, and then sometimes working with partners who have who provide student-facing support into two spaces.
And have we considered climate at the receiving schools as well? Because that I don't see that in this. Like
yeah, in the full report. Yeah, in the full report. So what we've included here is just a key summary just for timing.
Right.
But in
I've seen it in the book. I've seen it in my binder, but I just wanted to sort of like thinking about the most recent climate data. Are we really considering have we looked at that most recent climate data?
Yeah, again, that's part of what we consider in determining these schools as potential receivers, as well as school leadership at the at each of the schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Vice Chair Parker might have been next.
I don't know if it's really a question. It might be more in the discussion portion. So I'll yield if anyone else has a direct question.
I have a somewhat direct question, and that is whether or not we just agree to uh, cut the footprint, so to speak, of the Emerson West Side complex. And I'll just in specific, the capacity to have, as one of the receiving schools, possible receiving schools, the capacity to receive that large volume of students to move there.
We believe Edmonton has capacity to accept students for Renaissance. It's unlikely that all of the Renaissance students will choose only one of these schools. We will see students choose among these schools, and other schools we have not named.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there additional questions?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to speak towards the academic outcomes that Renaissance is currently producing with a group of students that have found themselves more challenging in other environments. And as we transition those students into potentially into environments that they left from prior to, and looks as if the scores at Renaissance that they either are right under, or they're equal to, or in some cases they're outperforming some of the schools that we're suggesting referring them. How do we meet how do we meet the needs of these students? Because there's something at Renaissance where they're able to take some of our students that aren't able to perform at this level, and I would suggest some of our more traditional schools, that they're doing something there that allows our students to perform at the rate of some of our larger high schools, and in some cases outperform. So what is the plan on where these students go, what supports they're going to receive, and how we're going to ensure their success if we decide to go with the recommendation and take away a tool that has been a major support for students that have not been able to be successful in other places?
Thank you for the question. First, I just want to acknowledge, and I think this is true of all the school communities that the staff of school communities that we have recommendations before. We have like incredible teams that are doing really hard work to serve students. You know, in the case of Renaissance, I think again a lot of the challenges are really due to the size of the school. It really impedes the ability of staff to have even a larger impact on students and students' performance. In math, I think you're specifically talking about math, where their percent proficient appears higher. And this is a case where Renaissance is so much smaller than all of the other schools. We're talking about a small number of students, so that could be somewhat misleading if we don't think about the size of schools in terms of that particular data point. In terms of supporting students to make sure they're successful, again, we'll do an individualized school choice process that's really carefully looking at students and where they came from and what kind of environments would be most supportive of them. One of the things with Douglas, which is a smaller school, but that is at a size that is financially stable and thus able to provide a lot to students. It's led by Principal Verdi, who actually comes from leading alternative schools, and so has a strong understanding of populations of students who need additional supports, who have struggled previously, and has a very strong team. So we think that's one of the reasons why we looked at Douglas, besides the fact of all of the programming they're able to offer to students and moving into a 21st century school, which gives students the ability to actually benefit from those improvements. We will create plans specifically for students that we're concerned about with guidance from school leadership who need extra support. And we partner with other partners to sort of assist. So first, it starts with, as I shared earlier in the presentation, there is a specific plan with things that happen month by month in terms of the support of students. And so it's just important to just kind of say that for the record here. That has been shared with the board, and we provide updates on that every time we do this process. But part of that is working with the receiving leadership teams to actually know the profile of students who need additional support, which can include academic support. So there is planning that happens in the summer prior to once we know where students have decided to go, so they know those students and those families and create support plans to be able to be ready for them on day one. And with outreach starting early before the school year gets fully underway. And then we also partner with outside organizations to provide wraparound support for students who the transition could be particularly challenging. In the past, we've partnered with the movement team in particular to work with a specific set of students, and that if you approve this, that work would start this spring, continue over the summer. So they do home visits and check in and create events to really be in relationship with those students over the summer and all next school year. And then we work with the receiving schools to make sure that there are other adults in that school community who have also gotten into relationship with students and their families. And then we check in on that throughout the school year to make sure that students are feeling connected, they're feeling supported, they have help in advocating for themselves. If you approve this, we often work with the student. We start doing like focus groups with students themselves to figure out what exactly is that they need and what they expect within receiving schools. We meet with SGAs and we continue to check in on them over the next 2 to 3 years, as Lindsay has shared at the earlier in the presentation.
Now, I appreciate the insight. And I think that you have it, you stated and have a strong transition plan that if this was the case, what stands out to me is the population that we're serving and looking at the potential schools that they would go to, and then looking at the star ratings. So if we look at the star ratings of, say, a Douglas and a Renaissance, where do they compare? Where do they compare? And really understanding that when we look at the report card, there's something that's going on at this site with this particular group of students that have come to our school with a lot of needs. And I just want to make sure that the receiving schools have the ability, outside of just the transition, to be able to uphold what's being done. So if just for my board colleagues, can you give us the comparison of the star ratings between Renaissance and the receiving schools?
Yes, this actually is in the appendix of this deck. We didn't have
it
in
is.
the
I have
body.
it, but
Yeah.
for the sake of
Yeah,
of the
so
board and the sake of community.
sure. In 2025, the most recent year, all 4 schools are 2-star schools. That's actually the case for 2024 as well, with the exception of Green Street was a 3-star school last year. And in 2023, all of the schools other than Green Street were also 2 stars. So they've been kind of consistently 2 stars with the exception of Green Street. That was 3 stars in 2023 and 2024. They all fall within very similar percentages. In terms of kind of their percentage rating on the report card, Renaissance was this last year 36.9%. Frederick Douglass was 35.8%. Edmondson Westside was 38.8%, and Green Street was 41.6%. So similar ratings on this most recent MSDE report card.
Appreciate that insight. I'll pass it to a board colleague and have further comment once we get into the comment portion.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed. Any additional questions from board colleagues? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to open the floor for discussion for board colleagues.
So I'll jump right in and get us started.
Sure.
There's a need for outcomes, student outcomes, like what's being produced with this population at Renaissance. There is a challenge that we face with the size of the school, and similar to what my colleague Commissioner Slater Harrington stated, we aren't going to be able to sustain small schools the way that we are currently structured in funding. One thing that we cannot ignore are the student outcomes to some of our most vulnerable and most needy students. And this program has been able to produce that. And as we heard with the percentages, the actual numbers, that in some cases they are outperforming some of the receiving schools. So this isn't about Renaissance. This is about what we can continue to sustain. I think I want to highlight and give praise to what Renaissance has been able to produce, because they take a population often that have not been successful in other environments, and they find a way to not just make it work, but outperform other similar sites. With that, I ask you this: do we have the capacity to keep Renaissance open? Do we truly have the capacity to keep Renaissance open? And that is the question we have to face. But from a student outcome standpoint, right now, do we have the capacity to close Renaissance? And do we have the programming and the staff that are going to be able to produce the same outcomes? And with that, I leave it to my board colleagues to make the decision. That's it for me.
I think I'm just jumping in, just to kind of, I guess, kind of latch onto that, and just to kind of be real with us. We have a population of overage and undercredited young people that we have not really taken a lot of time for them to be successful. And I think that, again, Renaissance has been able to do that. And I just want to be comfortable to know that if we do make the decision, to close it, that, that we as a district will begin to really think about our overage, undercredited students and really begin to create those supports and opportunities for them. And I'm just, Renaissance has done the work as an alternative school without the consideration. And I'm just thinking that we might want to think about that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Let me entertain other discussion points from board colleagues.
Yes. And considering Renaissance, when we look at the fact that there's a group of students that are challenged and have been sent there to improve and have improved within that environment, are we looking at a capacity? You did move one aspect you did talk about was the movement team and all like that. Do we have enough support to maintain that level of nurturing that is needed for a group of students that have been, once again, I use the word marginalized, because of a lot of factors? Have we looked into those factors and made sure that if they go back to, in some cases, these receiving schools, that those schools, not those schools in particular, this district in particular has the capacity to support those students in a trend that has been moving upward for them.
Thank you, Commissioner King out of Bay. Any additional discussion points?
Oh, this is Commissioner Esposito.
Yeah.
Yeah, just based on Commissioner Kenyatta Bay's comment, maybe in the future, like we could also look at, like past closures or situations where two schools have been brought together, like what percentage of the students that were intended to go to a receiver school actually went, or yeah, I just like want to put that out there, or were at risk of dropping out or actually did drop out.
Thank you. Any additional points to lift up?
I just want to say again, ditto to what Commissioner Muhammad said. This is another small school that is not giving the students the experience that they deserve. They are not able to have sports, a lot of extracurricular. Also, I just wanted to put on the record that moving forward, we will have to do better as a district. Our children, all of them deserve the opportunity to succeed, to graduate, and to have, quite frankly, just a childhood experience. A lot of times I think the children in our district, they don't get the childhood experience that they deserve. And I know that's a lot of sometimes external factors. But where I'm really getting at is overage, undercredited, special need population, anxiety, mental health, whatever. If you are in Baltimore City Schools, we have to find a home for you where you can strive. So those are just some things that I wanted our commissioners just to think about and just to kind of galvanize about around going forward. We have to find a home for these children. We can't just drop them off. But right now, I just don't think that they are being served in a way that they deserve.
Yeah, and I'm going to build on that. This is a population of children that tends to be the most vulnerable when they re-enter our system. These are children who have far more gains to make in order to be able to achieve a high school diploma. This, what is distressing in that is that, these children, when they're coming through re-engagement, for a portion of the children at the school, not all, there is just a lot of work and support that needs to transpire in order to support each one of these students in the school. I also don't want to discount our students who are electing to go to Renaissance as their first choice school. And so there's a blended population in this school, like most of our schools in the system. But with such small numbers, we recognize the need and the population that's there, the need for more mental health counselors, more guidance school counselors, more school psychologists, the things that all make and support our young people who need an additional layer of support. So that's also something I recognize right now is not transpiring to the fullest level it can be. Any additional discussion points?
Just as a thought of building this, and with all of these, I'm struggling, but I think also when we are thinking about how are we transitioning and thinking about students, and also realizing just staff, and to Parker's standpoint of like as a district, as we are looking intensively about how our collection of school options and our portfolio of school options are made up of how are we supporting staff and finding places that are the best fit, realizing we are facing an increasingly scarce pool of teachers and staff and support personnel and administrators. So looking not only on the student front and the families front, but how are we looking to support district staff in those transitions as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will now entertain a motion in consideration of Renaissance.
I move. I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, please go ahead, Commissioner.
I move that based on the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the annual review of schools recommendations report issued on November 12th, 2025, the testimony given at the 2 public hearings, written testimony received by January 9th, 2026, the contents of the official record and the 8 Comar factors, and the 8 Comar factors that we defer the CEO's recommendation for consideration for next year's annual review process for further study. And that study should include consideration of maintaining Renaissance Academy and changing its structure to be an alternative high school.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second, Kenyatta Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. All in favor, Vice Chair Parker?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ames Messenger.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Chicas Guzman.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Coy.
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Coy. Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito. Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
So sorry, Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
Thank you, and I am also in favor. This motion passes with 10 in favor and 1 opposed. We'll now move forward to our next school for consideration this evening, which is Margaret Brent Elementary Middle School.
Okay, so this recommendation is related to the Dallas Nicholas recommendation that we shared earlier. The recommendation is to change the grade bands at Margaret Brent, which currently serves students in grades pre-K through 8, to serving students in grades pre-K through 5. If the recommendation is approved, we would offer current middle school families at Margaret Brent seats at other nearby middle schools for school year 26-27, including Barclay Elementary Middle School and Waverly Elementary Middle School, or other options through a personalized choice process that we described previously. Some of the considerations for this recommendation, as we shared earlier, Margaret Brent and Dallas Nicholas are located within a half a mile of each other. Dallas Nicholas, as we shared, has been an undersized school for many years. Margaret Brent has also been an undersized elementary middle school for many years, with particularly low enrollment in the middle grades. Because of their low enrollment in the middle grades and because of the diverse needs of elementary students versus middle school students, the school has struggled to offer robust middle school programming for middle grade students, things like a variety of different types of courses, honors courses, extracurricular programming. And so they've just struggled to really provide a full middle school experience for their students. There are 2 elementary middle schools, as we just mentioned, that have space for additional middle grade students and that are within a walkable distance for middle grade students from Margaret Brent.
So this slide just shows again the enrollment of the school over time. And so you can see the overall enrollment has been below 300 for the last 5 years and has steadily decreased each year since that time. And then you can also pay particular attention to the middle grades enrollment, which also has been dropping. And so school programming is more expensive as you go up the grade band. So middle is more expensive than elementary, high school more expensive than middle. And so when you are under 100 middle grade students in a KA environment, it makes it really hard to offer courses like Lindsay was sharing that have a direct impact on a student's ability to get into high schools, to be prepared for high schools, as well as to have those things that will create a meaningful middle grades experience, like opportunity to participate in sports or specialized like courses, like electives tied to their needs that help them make a decision around what type of high school they would want to be in as students.
This is just a little bit about the recommended receiving schools for Margaret Brent Middle School students. Barclay Elementary Middle School is a half a mile from Margaret Brent. They are a community school with Child First as the lead agency. They have Project Lead the Way for middle school students, which is a pre-engineering program, and that is part of a partnership with Johns Hopkins University to support the school. Waverly Elementary Middle School is also a community as their lead agency. They offer advanced academics for middle school students, so students have the option or the availability of taking all 4 core content course areas in honors courses for the 6th through 8th grade. So that's honors English, math, science, and social studies for all grade bands.
This just shows the again, the Maryland State Assessment result comparisons for middle grades English language arts of Margaret Brent. And so you can see that in the most recent MCAT performance for 24-25, their average performance level was a 2.15. They had 32.9% students proficient. They have similar performance levels as Barclay and Waverly at 2.29 and 2.23. But there's a slightly higher proficiency at Barclay and Waverly at 39.1% and 35.9% proficiency in the most recent performance. In terms of the walking distances, the range for student travel is similar, increases slightly if students decide to go to Barclay or Waverly by a 1/10 of a mile if they go to Barclay, and by 3/10 of a mile if they were to choose Waverly on average. Okay, I'm gonna pause here. This is directly connected to Dallas, and so I'm gonna so I think the board, as you're voting, needs to consider between the two in terms of that. But based on the consideration of staff recommendations presented in the annual review of schools recommendations report, testimony at board hearings, the content of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO to reconfigure the grade bands at Margaret Brent Elementary Middle School from serving students in grades pre-K through 8 to serving students in grades pre-K through 5, effective for next school year, 26-27, with Barclay Elementary Middle School and Waverly Elementary Middle School as recommended receiving schools for current Margaret Brent Middle School families, among other options.
I agree with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santelises, and thank you, Angela and team. I will now open the floor for questions of staff by board colleagues.
Real quick question, how much of the reconfiguration was considered based on an expectation that we had Dallas Nicholas as a feeder to Margaret Brant in receiving those students? How much of that reconfiguration was based on that? You said it was related.
Yes, these are directly connected. And so, you know, the biggest thing that we've been talking about is school size and how that impacts student and impacts the school's ability to provide resources to students. And so if you approve this recommendation, given that you've deferred Dallas, this will directly, the school's already small, it would directly decrease the size of the school.
Does that make sense, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay?
Sort of. I just
So-
want to. Yeah, go on, please.
Yeah, let me restate it. So the action that the board just took regarding the deferral of Dallas F. Nicholas has an impact on this proposal by the CEO. So what the proposal by the CEO and the recommendation here is to reconfigure Margaret Brent. And so by taking away these students immediately, if we were to uphold the CEO's recommendation, it would make the school much smaller. So these students in the middle grades would be outsourced to the receiving schools and shared here without more additional students coming to supplement in the earlier grades as what was proposed by Dallas F. Nicholas moving immediately. So we were taking one action to defer. So those children will not be coming to that school. And then if we uphold the recommendation, we would be saying the middle school grade children would be leaving at the end of this school year without an influx of students to come in. If we
Chair Sal.
Go ahead. Yep.
This is Commissioner Coy. If I might just suggest for consideration of time that our previous decision might indicate where the board is on this matter, and that it would not make sense for us to take this action given the previous decision to defer for a year. Is there a way that we could, is there consensus among board colleagues to move quicker, because it is well past the allotted hour and we are nowhere near done with the schools on the list?
I'm happy with that. I just want to make sure we clarify any questions from board colleagues this evening, Commissioner Coy.
I just wonder, is it connected?
Yes.
Because, okay, so it wouldn't help if we did this now?
No.
You think
Right.
okay.
So we're
Okay,
making
great.
the school much smaller if we do it now.
Okay,
It's gonna get too small if we do it now.
got it.
All right. Is there any further discussion of the recommendation by the CEO? I will now entertain a motion based upon in consideration of Margaret Brant.
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the annual review of school recommendations report issued on November 12th, 2025, the testimony given at the two public hearings, written testimony received by January 9th, 2006, and the contents of the official record that the board reject the CEO's recommendation.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ames Messenger. Is there a second?
Second, Esposito.
Thank you. I'll now open the roll. Vice Chair Parker.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to look through the choices.
So the motion that's on the floor right now is to reject the CEO's recommendation. So this would fail. So basically, your vote, a favorable vote would be to reject the CEO's recommendation. A no vote would reject this motion, and another one would, if it doesn't pass, another one would need to be entertained.
And if I can just offer, you could take a similar vote as you did in Dallas and defer for further study.
Yeah, I think the motion should be amended, but
So
this,
there's a motion on the floor right now that we have to vote on.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, my
I
answer
can
is
withdraw the motion and we'll change to go instead to defer the recommendation until February 3rd, 2006 for consideration in next year's annual review process.
Okay. Let's consider that motion. Is there a second?
Second,
Second,
Esposito.
Kenyatta Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito. All in favor, Vice Chair Parker?
Yes.
Can I interrupt before you guys vote? Sorry,
Yes,
for
ma'am.
Commissioner and the messenger, what you put is you didn't mean to say February. You meant to say until the annual process for next year is next year. February would be just delaying it a month. So I just want to, you might need to clarify what your intention is.
Very good. So defer until the consideration for next year's annual review process or for further study. So to confirm one more time that we'll defer the CEO's recommendation for further consideration during next year's annual review process for further study.
Thank you for the clarification.
Second,
Oh,
Esposito.
thank you, second from Commissioner Esposito. All in favor, Vice Chair Parker?
Yes.
Commissioner Ames Messenger?
Yes. Yes.
I believe, I just want to double check. I think Commissioner Guzman is not on the call any longer. Is that correct? I think that's right.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. What's your vote? Are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. This motion passes. We'll now move forward to our consideration of NAF, National Academy Foundation.
So for the recommendation for National Academy Foundation, the original recommendation that was presented in November was to reconfigure the grade bands at NAF from serving students in grades 6 through 12 to grades 9 through 12, effective for next school year 26-27. Tonight we're sharing a revised recommendation to reconfigure the grade bands at NAF from serving students in grades 6 through 12 to grades 9 through 12 through a multi-year phase-out plan, starting with not offering 6th grade next year, school year 26-27, and phasing out the middle school program grade by grade for the next 3 years, so that starting in school year 28-29, NAF would serve students in grades 9 through 12 only. So this means that all current middle school students at NAF would be able to finish middle school at NAF. Some of the considerations that went into the original recommendation are that NAF serves students in grades 6 through 12 in East Baltimore, where enrollment has been growing and where we have a shortage of secondary seats. NAF actually had to turn away secondary students for this current school year. The other schools that serve students who come from this part of town, Patterson High School and Digital Harbor High School, are also over-enrolled. So changing the grade configuration at NAF will create additional capacity for high school students in this area of town where we need those seats, where other options are over capacity. As you'll see in a minute when we look at their enrollment, they've had a small middle school program, and due to the complexities and differences, as Angela shared earlier, and the requirements for middle school students and high school students, they've struggled to offer a robust middle school program for their middle school students. And so by removing the middle school, ultimately NAF will be able to focus all of their resources on really building up their high school program.
This just shows the computer's been plaguing me. I'm so sorry. This shows the enrollment for NAF over the last 5 years, or 6 years actually. And so you can see the overall enrollment is a very strong enrollment, but middle grades is kind of where it's been a smaller portion of the program, as I had said earlier. High school is getting more expensive than middle school. They also have different requirements. And so it pulls on their ability to, as Lindsay shared, to kind of share and offer programming. Students that attend NAF for middle grades come primarily from 3 school zones. The William Paca zone, the Johnson Square zone, and the Bernard Harris zone. And so you can see that that's what this heat map is showing in terms of where students are located. A good portion of the NAF students are within walking distance of this school, so only about 38% of them use public transportation to attend the school. Under this plan, we had originally considered 2 receiving schools, but under this plan that we're recommending and tonight under the revision, the distance for students will not change.
And just a little bit of information about the previously recommended receiving schools. They both are community schools. Commodore John Rogers has United Way as its lead agency. They offer honors courses, they have middle school sports and a variety of clubs and after-school programs. The school is led by Principal Martin, who leads the 100% Project School Initiative, which supports school climate and academics. They are currently in swing space and will be moving back into their renovated building in January 2027, so a year from now. So they'll be in a newly renovated space starting then. Vanguard Collegiate Middle School has City Schools as its community school lead agency. They also have honors courses. They offer honors courses in all the core content areas for grades 6 through 8. Starting in next school year, they're also going to offer Project Lead the Way, which is that pre-engineering program I mentioned earlier. They also offer after-school sports and clubs and will be a hub for robotics. They are also in swing space, moving back into their renovated building in summer 2027. So when they move back into their renovated building a year from this summer, they will be our hub for robotics.
So this phased approach would allow students, again, from those zones to be able to select these schools actually when they're in their renovated spaces. So it creates a stronger alignment between those timelines. And so based on the consideration of staff recommendations presented in the annual review of schools recommendations report, testimony at board hearings, the content of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO to reconfigure the grade bands at National Academy Foundation students in grades 9 through 12 by phasing out middle grades such that starting in 26-27, NAF will no longer take incoming 6th grade students and will only serve students in grades 7 through 12. In 2027-28, will only serve students in grades 8 through 12. And in 2028-29, will serve students in grades 9 through 12, at which point it will remain a dedicated high school.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Dr. Essentine. Do any commissioners have any questions for staff? I'll now open the floor to commissioners for any discussion of the recommendation.
So I want to take the opportunity to thank district staff and the ONI team for their ability to be flexible, to hear from our students and our families around their needs, and set a recommendation that meets the request and the needs of our students. I think that this recommendation is one that is best suited for the students who attend our school and causes the least amount of disruption while ensuring their success. So thank you again for this, and to my board colleagues, this is something that I am in full support of, and I hope that you will join me in supporting this.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed. Any further discussion points by board colleagues this evening? I will now entertain a motion related to now.
At the risk of messing it up, but in the interest of time, I move that based on the consideration of the recommendations and the rationale of the CEO, the annual review of the school's recommendation report issued on November 12th, 2025, the testimony given at the 2 public hearings, written testimony received by January 9th, 2026, and the contents of the official record, the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second,
Second.
Esposito.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito. I'll take a second there. I'll now open the floor for vote. Vice Chair Parker?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ames Messenger.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Chicas Guzman.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. This motion passes. This will take us to the end of this first portion of our evening. We will now move into the operator renewal portion of our evening.
So the review process that we use for operator renewal school, I'm gonna invite Chief Jones and Kizzy Smith to be put on the screen. But the process that we use was originally developed, co-created with organizations that support schools, Operator Schools Advisory Board, and our operators. We do a review process. We review the process annually, so it's a process that we've tried to make sure has consistency, and so there's all of the measures have some level of stability, but that we're also responsive to things that need to change based on context, changing state assessments, different needs. And so our goal is always trying to balance making necessary improvements while also making sure it's predictable for schools. And with this year's process, we decided to make no changes. The only thing that we did do this year is we piloted the possibility of looking at the academic practices of schools and special education through our school effectiveness review process that's led by our external stakeholder, SchoolWorks, in order to not be swayed by any findings from that, because as a pilot, we have not seen the results of that review. Neither has schools or the board received any results from that review. And so we will, as we get prepared for the upcoming process, share the results of that after the board has voted tonight and has concluded voting on all of the schools that are proposed for this year's renewal process. For schools themselves, school communities, they experience the process every 3, 5, or 8 years, depending on their contract term. City schools, I think we're one of the few, maybe the only district in the state that offers the possibility of an 8, or what we consider an extended contract term to operators. Those are eligible for operators who have a proven track record of success, meaning they've had 2 years prior of successful full renewals or a 5-year renewal. And then in the year that they're being reviewed are effective or highly effective in each of the key areas. And then those schools get considered for 8-year renewal. 5-year schools are considered for 5 years when they are effective or highly effective in each of the key areas. And then schools that have like a developing or an effective kind of mixed ratings between developing the lowest of them and effective mix of ratings in the key areas are often recommended for 3 years. Schools that have a not effective in any of the 3 key areas are recommended for non-renewal. We look at schools, we recognize that schools are complex places, and so we use a multiple measure approach that considers both quantitative and qualitative data to help us understand the complex work of school communities. That includes site visits, like that work of schoolworks that I mentioned earlier. That includes focus groups. We look at surveys. We look at evidence that school operators provide within their applications for renewal, which is inclusive feedback from their communities, in addition to state assessments, attendance data, chronic absence data. And when we get into sharing school information, we're sharing a summary of some of the key findings from the reports. The full reports are posted on the district website, and a full summary of each thing that we look at is in the appendix of this PowerPoint that we're looking at tonight. The 3 key areas that we consider school performance are student achievement and academic performance, which has the highest weight of the measure, school climate, and then financial management and governance. We have 7 schools that are up for renewal this year. The renewal process is a multi-layered approach. It starts with our internal stakeholder group called the Charter and Operator-Led School Advisory Board, whose members represent community organizations and nonprofits, such as the Wives Central Maryland, Maryland Disability Rights Center, a Catholic charity. So these are some of the organizations that sit from that. Operators themselves participate, and district representatives. Their function is to provide advice to the CEO on the renewal recommendations, and the advice has been provided. And then it's the CEO's responsibility through her administrative review to finalize the recommendations that actually go before the board for review. And so that happened as part of the November 12th meetings. And tonight, the board has the ultimate decision of what to do in terms of whether to renew these schools. And they consider all of the information that's provided, and we'll go into in detail in a minute through this process. All right, so this is the list of schools that are up for renewal. I'm going to keep us going in the interest of time because we're going to go through each one. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Jones.
Great, thank you, Angela. For the first renewal recommendation this evening, we have Pimlico Elementary Middle School. It is operated by the Baltimore Curriculum Project and serves students in pre-kindergarten through 8th grade and has an enrollment of approximately 676 students. This is a conversion charter that became a conversion charter school in 2021, and this is the school's first renewal cycle. Next slide, please. The CEO's recommendation is for a 3-year renewal for Pimlico Elementary Middle School based on the following summary of results. Student achievement received a developing rating as well as climate, and there was an effective rating in the financial management and governance component. In terms of some of the highlights from the review, they include the following. First, for the MCAP absolute performance for English language arts in grades 3 to 5 and 6 to 8, they received a developing rating. A developing rating is based on an average student performance level at a level 2, which is described as a developing learner, which is an indication that the students have partial proficiency but would need additional support in order to ensure success in the next grade level. Their absolute performance for math 3 to 5 and 6 to 8, they were rated not effective, and that was based on the average student performance coming in at a level 1, which is referred to as the beginning learner level. That is an indication that students need substantial academic support in order to be prepared for the next grade level. For the 5 Essentials survey, they received a highly effective rating, which is an indication that the school is considered well organized for success. And based on this, it indicates that the school is 10 times more likely than less organized schools to improve student outcomes across multiple indicators. When it comes to effective programming for the all student racial and ethnic groups category, they received a developing rating. This is a rating that we put in place specifically to look at schools that have diverse populations. And this is where we look at whether or not there are achievement gaps that exist between student groups, whether the school is providing high quality programming for all students. And it also takes a look at the processes and practices that the school is using to address such gaps to ensure high achievement for all students. In this particular case, the school's results were mixed, and there were some indications that the school is indeed beginning to implement practices that it believes will improve student outcomes. Next slide, please.
In accordance with, so for the operator renewal schools, all of the recommendations for operator-led schools have been made in accordance with the requirements of policy IHBJ and administrative IHBJ, RA, and applicable law. In accordance with policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA and applicable law, and based on the consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator-led schools work session, and the contents of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Baltimore Curriculum Project to operate Pimlico Elementary School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2026 and ends on June 30, 2029.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much. Do any commissioners have any questions for staff? I'll now open the floor to commissioners for discussion of the recommendations.
Just a concern I want to highlight as we go through this, recognize the scores here in math not being effective in support of a 3-year recommendation because everything else is there. Hearing more detail from the school and from the provider around the plan to increase the math performance, I think is going to be very important to us as we are approving or disapproving. I think that the follow-up to some of these concerns, being able to hear from staff regarding those issues sooner rather than later so that we can follow the outcomes of our students when we see needs will be extremely helpful. So not a question, but certainly an ask as we move forward.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mohammed. Are there any additional discussion points? Hearing none, I'll now entertain a motion considering Pimlico Elementary Middle.
I'm coming. I'm just getting to the right script.
It's all right.
All righty. Jeez, sorry guys. Okay, here we go. I moved that based on the consideration of the recommendation and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-led schools work session and public hearings,
the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, including section 3K of the policy, providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Slater Harrington. Is there a second?
A second, Scott Woodruff.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff. I'll now open the vote. Vice Chair Parker.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ames Messenger.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Chicas Guzman.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. This motion passes. We'll now move forward to Baltimore International Academy.
Sorry, I'm just having the slides have been sticky. Okay. Baltimore International Academy is operated by Baltimore International Academy Incorporated. They serve grades K through 8, and their official enrollment for this year is 681 students. Baltimore International Academy opened in 2007. Since then, the school has had a mix of full and partial renewals, meaning 3 and 5 year renewals, and is currently in a 3-year contract. The recommendation for Baltimore International Academy is a 3-year renewal, having received a effective rating in student achievement, climate, and finance and governance. While typically 3 effectives would garner you a 5-year renewal, they received a not effective in effective programming for students with disabilities. Kizzy, you went on mute. Okay, sorry. I don't know where I stopped, so I'll start over. They're recommended for a 3-year renewal. They received a developing in MCAP performance and MCAP absolute performance for ELA and math in grades 3 to 5, where the average student performed at a level 2, which is a developing learner, indicating that students have partial proficiency. They received an effective in MCAP absolute for ELA and math in grades 6 through 8, where the average student is also performing at a level 2 developing learner, but the school's proficiency rate is higher than schools of similar poverty by 7.6 percentage points for ELA 6 through 8 and 6.9 percentage points for math 6 through 8, which garners a bump in the rating based on their similar poverty peers. And they also received a highly effective in MCAP student growth percentile for math 6 through 8, where the school is in the 95th percentile, and a developing for ELA for grades 4 and 5 and 6 through 8, where the school is in the 63rd percentile for both, and a not effective in math 4 to 5, where the school is in the 49th percentile. They received a not effective in effective programming for students with disabilities, where the review found 11 FAPE violations in areas of noncompliance in delivery of services to students, such as reevaluation, development of the IEP, the referral process, pre and post meeting documentation, and progress report development, which is consistent with a pattern of findings from prior years, which you'll note
is affected in their rating. While they did receive an effective in student achievement, climate, and finance, you can't get a recommendation for a 5-year renewal with a not effective rating for any group of students.
In accordance with policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA and applicable law, and based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator-led schools work session, the contents of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Baltimore International Academy Incorporated to operate Baltimore International Academy be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2026 and ends on June 30, 2029.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Dr. Essentein. Are there any questions by commissioners for staff? Hearing none, I'll now open the floor to commissioners for discussion on the recommendation for BIA. I'll just note that the concern here regarding special education and the FAPE violations are concerning, and understand that the 3-year renewal in this case is really warranted, and that the school does need to put additional focus on ensuring that their academic programming, that their services for special education for these students does need to have an additional eye on it, and could benefit from additional monitoring by the district in terms of its progress.
So, Chair, before
Yes,
we
sir.
move on, I just want to, and following that up, I just want to take the opportunity just to make note that some of our schools house special education programs in their buildings, and that I think it would be beneficial that we have something clear that speaks towards the data of those schools, whether they're in transitional charter or otherwise. I think that it should be a part of our discussion that we look at these special education programs in detail to make sure that as this renewal process is extremely important to our district, that we're taking full advantage of the opportunity to service all of our students as a part of this process.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mohammed. Any additional discussion points the board would like to lift up? I'll now entertain a motion regarding Baltimore International Academy.
If there are any
I will
takers.
raise the motion.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
That's okay.
Okay. I move that based on the consideration of the recommendation and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-led schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, including sections ILK of the policy, providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second, Esposito.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito, all in favor. Vice Chair Parker.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ames Messenger.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Chicas Guzman. I'm sorry, Commissioner Chicas Guzman has left for the evening. Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm in favor. This motion passes. We'll now move forward this evening to look at the Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women.
Yeah, one thing, if I can make a note on the record, there's an error in the script, so I just want to board members, when you read the list of things we consider, if you can, for all of these schools except for when we get to collegiate, not say public hearing. So for schools considered for renewals, only the work session, there was an error. So I apologize. I want to make sure we're correct moving forward on the record about what is being considered for each school.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
I may need another reminder about that because I'm
Just don't say the word hearing.
Is that line 3 on the bullet points?
For every school, and I'll let you know before we get to the school board development.
okay.
Okay. For our next school for consideration this evening, we have the Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women. It is operated by the Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women, Incorporated. It serves students in grades 6 through 12 and has 351 students enrolled. This is a school that originally opened in 2009 as a transformation school, but then became a charter school in 2010. And during its history as a charter school, it has had a mix of full and partial renewals. Next slide, please. For tonight's recommendation, the CEO is recommending a 3-year renewal for the Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women based on the following summary of ratings. For student achievement, they received a developing rating as well as in the category of climate. And they also received an effective rating in the area of financial management and governance. Some of the highlights from their review this year includes the following. First, for the MCAP Absolute Performance for English 10, they received an effective rating based on the fact that their students were performing at a level 2, which is the developing learner level, indicative of partial proficiency. However, when we take a look at schools with similar levels of poverty, the school's proficiency rate is 8.7 percentage points above those schools. And so similar to what we just discussed with the prior school's recommendations, this school received a bump up, which is what indicates that they are at an effective rating for this particular measure. When it comes to absolute performance for ELA, grade band 6 to 8, they received a developing rating based on a level 2 developing learner average student performance, indicative again of partial proficiency. They were not effective when it comes to math 6 to 8 and algebra 1. And this is based on average student performance at the level 1, which is the beginning learner level, indicative of the fact that students need substantial academic support in order to be prepared for the next grade level. For college and career readiness, the school received a highly effective rating, noting that they placed in the 83rd percentile of schools. When it comes to participation in college and career readiness activities, there were 98.4% of students with that participation rate, and they had a success rate of 57.4%. Those numbers are 12 and 15.1 percentage points respectively, higher than the district's average when it comes to participation and success for college and career readiness activities. 71% of the class of 2023 was enrolled in college, compared to 43.9% of their peers. When it comes to chronic absence and suspensions, they received a developing rating based on chronic absence for middle grade students, coming in at 47.4% in 2025, which is higher than the district average of 33.3%. When we take a look at their suspension rates in 2025, their rate was 51.2 per 100, which is significantly higher than average, which was 17 when it comes to our middle grades performance. And when it comes to high school grades for both measures, those are both noted as being better than average.
in accordance with policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA and applicable law, and based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator-led schools work session, and the content of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with the Foundation for Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women to operate Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2026 and ends on June 30, 2029.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Dr. S and team. Are there any questions for staff by our board colleagues this evening? Hearing none, I'll now open the floor to commissioners for discussion of the recommendations. Hearing none, I will now entertain a motion regarding Bliss.
I'll make a motion.
Sure.
I move that based on the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report and testimony given at the operator-led schools work session, the contents of the official record and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, including section 3.k of the policy providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Scott Woodruff.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff. I'll open up the floor for voting. Vice Chair Parker?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ames Messenger?
I abstain.
Noted. Thank you. Commissioner Coy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kenyatta Bay?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Mohammed?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott Woodruff? I'm going to skip Commissioner Scott Woodruff for a moment. Commissioner Simmons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Slater Harrington?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm in favor. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. This motion passes with 9 in favor, 1 abstention, and 1 absence this evening. We'll now move forward to Lily Mae Carroll Jackson.
Yep, Lily Mae Carroll Jackson School is operated by Girls Charter Incorporated. They serve students in grades 5 through 8. They had 216 students this school year. They originally opened in 2015. They've had multiple 3 or partial renewals.
Excuse me.
They have mixed readings, so they're developing in student achievement and in finance / governance. They're effective in climate. They are recommended for a 3-year renewal with conditions. They were found to be developing in the MCAP absolute performance for ELA for middle grades, where their average student performance level places them in the developing learner category, meaning students have partial proficiency but need additional support to ensure success in the next grade. They're not effective in MCAP absolute performance for math middle grades, where the average student is a beginning learner, indicating students need substantial academic support to be prepared for grade level. They are effective in the 5 essentials, which means the school is organized for success. Schools organized for success are 10 times more likely than less organized schools to improve student outcomes across indicators based on this researched tool. They're developing an audit and internal controls. The operator, this was earlier in the process, this was an area of concern. The operator was able to provide updated financial information that significantly resolved concerns regarding its ability to meet its facility debt obligations. Notably, there was a looming balloon payment on one of the major loans that support their facilities work, and they had a donor come forward who prior to the work session, paid a majority of that loan, and as of yesterday, paid the remaining amount of that particular debt. There's still some debt on the facility work, but it's much smaller and over a much more manageable period of time. There were some concerns around the trend of expenditures exceeding revenue. And the facility debt, again, was a major contributor to that trend. They, again, provided some updated materials, including an updated pro forma debt retirement plan schedule that projects improvement in unaudited statements of comparison for FY 2025, which is an improvement from what we looked at in the audited statements for FY 2024, where the school was operating at 26 days cash on hand. The unaudited statements show that should improve to about 51 days cash on hand with the resolution of that facilities that is still slightly below the 60 days cash on hand, but much closer. And so based on all of that updated information, in accordance with policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA and applicable law, and based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator-led schools work session, the contents of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Girls Charter School Incorporated to operate Lily Mae Carroll Jackson School be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2026 and ends on June 30, 2029, with conditions that the operator put a financial management plan in place, subject to CEO designee approval, that must be submitted and reviewed annually to improve financial planning and management of the financial obligations, and that the operator's finances must continue to qualify as meet expectations in review of the organization's audits annually.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises and team, for the presentation and recommendation. I'll now open up to board colleagues for any questions that they may have. And I will now open up to board colleagues for any discussion on Lily Mae Carroll Jackson.
I just want to add for the record that charters that have financial difficulties or constraints is really concerning. Going into a 3-year renewal process, and by no means I'm saying close the school. I'm just putting some things on the record. Whenever we go into a 3-year, 5-year, what have you, and that school fails in the middle of that term, that poses a lot of issues and disrupts the school community tremendously. So as we get charters that are developing or really having problems financially, that's very concerning to me. So I just wanted to put that out there for discussion, or just basically for the record.
I'll build upon that. I think it's really incumbent upon operators to understand the obligations, their debt obligations, when they're choosing facilities that have high costs, high rent, high mortgages on those properties, that they're considering that wisely in their ability to have funds that will cover those obligations, as well as not putting financial strain on the entire operations. I think it is also incumbent upon city schools and their role as the charter authorizer to ensure that as we're reviewing financials that are submitted to city schools, audits, financials, and when we come up to these renewal processes, that we take a heightened look at the ability over a longer period of time for these schools to be able to sustain their operations. Similar to what the vice chair said, is that it is highly disruptive to the school communities. It puts additional strain on city schools to be able to lend additional support to these schools it also puts the district in a particularly binding situation where we have to consider schools that run into financial distress in the middle of the cycle, what the recovery options may look like. And so it's just up for discussion and making sure that, this is just something that I consider and take very seriously in our renewal of these schools and in our continued oversight. Please
Just
go ahead.
briefly to add on, in agreement with Parker and Sally, I think, but looking specifically at Ellie Mae Carroll Jackson, and specifically not only the financial, but the relationship between operations and strategic long-term investment in buildings, and having had the opportunity to be at Lily Mae, but then also looking at key investments around major systems and high-cost renovations, and balancing long-term planning on those high-cost items early as part of that composite financial picture. So just looking forward as we're maintaining our buildings and how we're reviewing the quality of the physical environment in buildings as part of that renewal process.
Thank you. Any additional discussion points from board colleagues? Hearing none, I'll now entertain motion and consideration of Lily Mae Carroll Jackson.
I'll make a motion.
I move. Okay, go for it.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, we haven't heard from Commissioner Ames Messenger, so why don't we take Ames Messenger?
Oh, you've heard from me a lot. We'll go quick. Here's the next one is. I move that based on consideration of the recommendation and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-led schools work session, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in the policy IHBJ and the administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, including section 3.K of the policy, providing that the board may decide that the public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial reviews, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ames Messenger. Is there a second?
Second, Simmons.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito. All in favor, Vice Chair Parker? I'm so sorry. Let me restate. I'm now opening the floor for a vote. I'm looking at an old script here. Vice Chair Parker?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ames Messenger?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Coy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kenyatta-Bay?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Mohammed?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott Woodruff?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Slater-Harrington?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm also in favor. This motion passes. We'll now move forward to Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys.
No, we're now at Clay Hill.
Oh, Clay Hill? I'm so sorry.
Yep.
It's not
Clay Hill.
in my, it's out of order in my script.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
No problem. Okay, so for the next school for review, it's the Clay Hill Public Charter School. It's operated by Bluebird Education Network, and it currently serves students in K through 7, although it was originally chartered to support students in kindergarten through 8th grade. Their official enrollment is 402 students. This school became a charter school in 2021, and this is their first renewal. Next slide. So as we take a look at Clay Hill Public Charter, the school is being recommended for a 5-year renewal based on receiving effective ratings in all 3 categories: student achievement, climate, and finance and governance. Some of their highlights include the following. For MCAP absolute performance in math 3 to 5 and ELA 3 to 5, they received an effective rating based on average student performance at the level 2 or developing learner level, indicative of partial proficiency. And on grade band 3 to 5, ELA, MCAP, They had 30.7% of students reaching proficiency, and on the grade band 3 to 5 MCAP, they had 24.3% of students reaching proficiency. And when we compare them to schools with similar levels of poverty, that's indicative of having 12.5 and 14.4 percentage point higher results versus the median proficiency rate for that poverty group. When it comes to the 5 essential survey results, they received a highly effective rating based on their results being indicative of the fact that this school is considered to be well organized for success. And when we look at this research-based survey instrument, we find that schools that are organized for success are 10 times more likely than those that are less organized when it comes to improving student outcomes across multiple indicators. They also received a highly effective rating in the chronic absence measure, indicating that the school is aware of its chronic absence data, and it also has processes in place to identify the root causes as well as providing supports to families. Their attendance team reviews trends for any student that has 3 or more absences. They host quarterly attendance conferences, and they also develop individualized action plans for families at risk for chronic absence, with students that are at risk for chronic absence. And they also ensure that kindergarten families understand the importance of attendance at an early age. When it comes to their chronic absence data, the school's 2025 chronic absence rate for grade band K to 5 was at 18.9%, which is 23.9 percentage points below the district average, which was 42.8%. And for middle grades, it was 4.5%, which is 28.8 percentage points below the district average, which is 33.3%.
In accordance with policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA and applicable law, and based on the consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator-led schools work session, and the contents of the official record, it is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Bluebird Network to operate Clay Hill Public Charter School be renewed for 5 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2026 and ends on June 30, 2031.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santelises and team. I'll now open it up to board colleagues for any questions they may have of staff this evening. Hearing none, I'll now open the floor for discussion. Hearing none, I'll now entertain a motion in consideration of Clay Hill Public Charter School.
I move that based on the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-led school work session, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, including section 3K of the policy, providing that the board may decide that a charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Slater-Harrington. Is there a second?
A second, Simmons.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. I'll now open the floor for voting. Vice Chair Parker?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ames Messenger.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta-Bay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater-Harrington.
Yes.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. This motion passes. I believe our next school is Coppin Academy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right, back on track.
Coppin Academy is operated by Coppin State University. They serve grades 9 through 12, and their enrollment for this year is 464 students for this school year. Coppin Academy opened in 2005 and became a charter school in 2007. They've had a mixture of full and partial renewals and is currently in a 3-year contract. They received a effective rating for student achievement, developing in climate, effective for finance and government, garnering a 3-year renewal recommendation. With an effective MCAT absolute performance for English 10, where the average student is performing at a level 2, beginning learner, indicating that students have partial proficiency but need additional support to ensure success in the next grade level. 43.1% of students reach proficiency in this grade band, outperforming schools with similar poverty levels by 17.4 percentage points. With the developing in MCAP absolute for, performance for Algebra 1, where the student is performing at a level 2, average student is performing at a level 2, also which is a developing learner, indicating that students have partial proficiency. They received an effective and 4-year cohort graduation rating with a 3-year average of 86.8%. They did receive a developing in suspensions, meaning the school is aware of its data and has positive behavioral interventions in place, but the school's results are mixed with rates that signal a lack of consistency in implementation. The school had a rate of 26.8 per 100 suspensions in 2022 that went up to 40.4 per 100 suspensions in 2025, which is significantly higher than the 2025 average of 18.3 per 100 suspensions for high school students.
In accordance with policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA and applicable law, and based on consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator-led schools work session, and the contents of the official record, it is a recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Coppin State University to operate Coppin Academy be renewed for 3 years for a term that commences on July 1, 2026 and ends on June 30, 2029.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santelises and team. I'll now open the floor for any questions that board colleagues may have of staff. Hearing none, I'll now open the floor for discussion among board members.
Yes, I'll add that in West Baltimore, we have space to do a lot of work. We're losing students, and we need to ensure that we have programs in schools that will drive our families to take advantage of city schools in West Baltimore. I see this as an opportunity to show our commitment. And when I see a school committed to success where we can see that they are outperforming poverty, they're outperforming similar schools with poverty levels, we should really take this opportunity to say that city schools is fully vested into West Baltimore in the same way we're fully vested in East Baltimore. So with that, I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners to join me in supporting a 5-year renewal for the school. They have an operator who is committed to their success. One of the reasons that we want this to come back to us periodically is we want to be able to check in on the financial capacity of these schools to maintain. This is a school that I don't see us removing. I think that it is part of the fabric of West Baltimore and now the fabric of Coppin. So I'm going to push us and ask my fellow commissioners to join me in a 5-year renewal. That is not a motion just yet, as I want to give room to the floor for my other commissioners to be able to have comment on what they see here.
So I just want to lift up, I appreciate what was brought to us by staff around some of the issues that are occurring in the building with suspension rates. there is a lot of room for deep focus on that within the school and the building. As we know, positive climate is one of the factors that underpin academic success in a building. So I just want to lift that up as an area of growth for Coppin Academy.
Commissioner Mohammed, has Dr. Jenkins or anyone over at Coppin talked about like what they're doing with the climate?
So yes, they have taken advantage of being able to have those conversations. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I will say this. They recognize that there are areas of growth, and there is a plan that they are implementing, and I believe that they are seeing fruit from that plan this school year. I think that my ask of the board recognizes that there is a great deal of support that we have to give to our young people to ensure that they're in school and ensuring that they are not being suspended. That is of concern. I think what's of equal concern and what's really important here is that we have opportunities and we have institutions that we can support to allow our families to know that we are fully vested into West Baltimore and the success of schools in West Baltimore. And this is a school that has made a commitment to their students. We can see that in their academics and recognizing that they are outperforming us when it comes to schools with similar poverty levels. I'm willing to make that commitment for our school in West Baltimore and our parents and our families, our scholars in West Baltimore.
I just want to go backwards in time a little bit here. So Angela, can you tell me the difference between like why in the recommendation, like why this school may not have come with a recommendation of 5 years and it came with a 3-year?
Because of the climate is a big, because the climate is developing. So if a school is effective or highly effective in each of the 3 areas, that's when we recommend a 5-year renewal.
Okay.
But if you have mixed ratings, we recommend developing, which is the case here.
Got it. Okay, that's really helpful. I think given that, like, it helps me to like think a little bit more about the kinds of plans that Coppin could develop in terms of looking at, other kind of structures that they need to put in place to really support climate inside of the building. What more they can do as a community to really focus on this, how they're building bridges, with families to really address some of these issues. I think those are all important considerations. There any additional discussion points lifted up by board commissioners this evening?
Are we okay, we're in discussion, not questions.
You can go back and turn like I did.
Then would the appropriate move, if we were to accommodate Commissioner Mohammed's request to modify the recommendation for a term of 5 years? And if that's the case, can we put a condition on a 5-year renewal?
Yes, you can.
And so if we wanted to put a condition around regular updates with regard to climate or a plan or a comprehensive plan around improving climate, we could.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Follow-up question, and what would be the implications if those requirements weren't met?
It could place a school if they were not met. Meet the standards of revocation. You could and you could end contract term early.
But they couldn't be put up for renewal early. Like that would be the renewal, would be the ongoing consideration.
The term will be what you vote on. So whether it's 3 or 5 years, that'll be the term. What conditions do, if a school fails to meet conditions, it allows for schools that meet the conditions to be put up for earlier termination of a contract. That's what that does.
So it enhances greater risk for the school if they do not meet the conditions that are set forth. So if there's a 3-year renewal with no conditions, recognizing that they're cited for climate, they have that 3-year runway to continue to focus on that without the threat of early revocation, versus a condition that's put on at 3 or condition that's put on at 5. It does present greater threat for early revocation.
That's correct.
How do you feel about that, Commissioner? They could get 3 with no condition, and it could be a clear and free runway, and we look at it again, or give them 5 with a condition with the threat if they don't make it, their contract can be voided.
Yeah, and
So
just to be
I
clear for members of the public, sorry if it's okay if I interject.
Sure, please.
Revocation, it's not renewal, but it is there is a process. The board would have to vote on that. So there is, you have to give them notice. They have to have a chance to cure it. So there is process parts to revocation. So I just wanted to note that on the record. It doesn't mean like you say, oh, you didn't meet it, and then you just closed. There is a legal process that undergirds it.
It puts a lot
a
more
whole
stress and
process.
pressure. Yeah, and it does put a whole, it does create a cloud and, pressure on the school from day one when a condition is given. So it's just something to really consider is a shorter runway free and clear of a condition,
Or longer period with a condition that may kind of put you in a
puts a
bind.
lot of pressure. Yeah, put you on the chopping block a little bit sooner.
Yeah, and I
But
I
also
hear,
could narrow the scope of what they're focusing on, and that they're not, because part of the critique of annual renewal processes and for charter renewal processes, or not for annual, for charter renewal processes, is that the documentation standard is high, versus at this point, we're not asking the school to provide documentation at year 3 for the standards for which they have met. We're only asking for the higher stakes documentation around a more limited scope at year 3 rather than, does that make sense?
Yeah, it
So
does,
we're
yeah.
narrowing the scope. So in some ways we could be reducing the workload of the school, focusing on where we are most concerned, but the stakes are higher.
The stakes are much higher. Yeah.
and I appreciate it. I'll say, and I hear the tone coming from my fellow commissioners. I'll say that I have high expectations, and I think that we all should for our students. And I have a high expectation for Coppin Academy, and I believe in their ability to turn this around. So having seen the halls and the opportunities that staff are currently providing to our young people, I believe that they will be able to get there, and this recommendation will be just an added push to what they have already committed to themselves. If it is not of the will of the entire board to do this, then we can go with the 3-year recommendation. However, again, I think that it's important that we find ways to make investments into our schools and into our families across the district. And there is a need for us to make an investment and to West Baltimore, letting our families know that we are committed to our schools staying put and being a success in West Baltimore. But I will leave the opportunity for another commissioner to provide a motion If that motion does not happen, I will bring forth a motion for 5 years.
Thank you so much. It's noted, Commissioner Mohammed. I'll now entertain a motion regarding Coppin Academy.
Hearing none, I move that based upon the consideration, the recommendations, rationale, and the rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-led schools work session, the contents of the official record, the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, including section 3K of the policy providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board reject the CEO's recommendation and modify it to renew the school term for 5 years to commence on July 1, 2006 and run through June 30th, 2031.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed. Is there a second?
Second, Kenyatta Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. I'll now open the floor for voting. Vice Chair Parker.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ames Messenger.
Abstain.
Thank you, noted. Commissioner Chicas Guzman is absent. Commissioner Coy.
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Woodruff.
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm opposed to this. So let me just count the votes. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. We have 6 in favor. We have 1, 2, 3 noes, and 1. I'm sorry. Let me just count this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 yeses. 1, 2, 3 noes, 1 absent, and 1 abstention. This motion, I believe, passes. Did I count that right?
6 does pass
Yeah.
with the recording.
Pass. All right.
Yes.
This motion passes. Thank you so much. We'll now move forward to look at Baltimore Collegiate. Is that correct, Angela?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Sorry. So Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys is operated by Five Smooth Stones Foundation. They serve students in grades 4 through 8. Their official enrollment for this school year is 302 students. They originally opened in 2015. The schools had 2 partial renewals consecutively with conditions. The school has a not effective overall rating in student achievement and in finance and governance. They have a developing in climate. The recommendation is to non-renew the school and to close the program at the end of the school year. The school is rated developing and MCAP absolute performance on 3 to 5 and 6 to 8, where the average performance level was a developing learner, indicating the students have partial proficiency. The school is not effective in MCAP absolute performance on math 3 to 5 and 6 to 8, where the average student performance level is a beginning learner, indicating that students need substantial academic support to be prepared for the grade level. The school is not effective in MCAP student performance, in the MCAP student growth percentiles for English language arts for grades 4 through 5 and 6 through 8. And math 3 to 5 and 6 through 8. So every tested area where the school's in the first percentile in math 4 to 5, the second percentile in ELA 4 to 5, the 10th percentile in math 6 to 8, and the 30th percentile in ELA 6 to 8. That means that the majority of schools, almost every single school in the district, is performing better than them in the elementary math and ELA 10 and math 6 to 8, and a good portion of schools are performing better in ELA, the middle 6 to 8. The schools also rated not effective and effective programming for students with disabilities, where the special education review revealed significant areas of concern, including 10 free and public education violations, 8 of which required IEP meetings, and areas that directly impact the service delivery of students. The school was also does not meet expectations, which is the lowest finding you can have in the audit and internal controls measure, where the review found that the school had 3 years of negative net assets, cash balances that have decreased each year in the review from prior year. And then the last audit, the school was operating with only 14 days cash on hand. The school did provide one of the things the school attributes to its financial issues is the cost of its facility. So they did provide a letter a credible letter from a donor who indicates if the school is approved to continue, that donor would purchase the building on behalf of the school and offer a rental rate that it generally said that it would offer a rental rate that is more affordable for the school, given those considerations. In accordance with policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA and applicable law, and based on the consideration of the operator renewal report, testimony at the operator-led schools work session and public hearings, and the contents of the official record, is the recommendation of the CEO that the contract with Five Smooth Stones Foundation to operate Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys not be renewed, and that the school close at the end of the school year, summer 2026.
And Dr. Santelises, turn to you.
I concur with the recommendation as stated.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santelises and team. I'll now turn it over to the board for any questions they may have of staff.
So I'm having a hard time with this one. I'll leave my time to Commissioner Bay.
I was confused as to the data. It shows that in a lot of areas that Baltimore Collegiate is on par with a lot of our traditional schools. I'm also kind of they did meet their stipulations that were given 3 years ago, and that the measure of success of the young men that have graduated from there has been very good, exceptional in some ways. Graduation rates look much higher than a lot of our traditional schools. So I'm seeing a confusion in data that I've investigated. I just want clarification on this confusion.
Yep. So for operator renewal, and I'll invite Chief Jones and her team to weigh in as well. But graduation is not a consideration for middle schools or elementary middle schools, because there's not a direct there's not a direct relationship between them. That's a thing that we consider for high schools. Is how the state and how we as a district keep high schools accountable. So it's hard to say what graduation rates, what the results are. And so for renewal, for all, for consistency in how we look at schools, the performance that you see on this slide, as well as the more detailed renewal report, are the areas that we considered for review. Growth in the renewal process, because we're trying to, one of the challenges, one of the requirements of charter schools by our board policy and by state law is that they're accelerating learning for the students that they serve. So being average is not sufficient. And in this case, growth, which has the most weight, they're at the bottom. The first percentile means that every other school in the district is doing better than them in that indicator. Second, so these are very low percentiles comparisons. So that, these are the kind of indicators that we looked at. Program for students with disabilities has been an area of a challenge for the school over the terms. So that's what I can speak to in terms of data. And on Chief Johns, if there's more you want to.
I mean, I think you said it well. I mean, what we've presented before you is what the board has agreed to are the criteria that we use when we review schools. And so I think this question around consideration for other types of data is not something that has been included as a part of the formal process. I think specifically the point that Angela raised around the graduation data that the school presented as part of their follow-up and their advocacy also doesn't take into consideration the students that actually have left the school. So I think there is, for what it's worth, a level of inconsistency that's represented in not only sort of how they've presented the data versus how we would have even considered it if in fact this were considered as a part of the process. So I hope that provides some level of clarification. I think Angela's explanation around the data that you see before you is accurate. They are certainly underperforming to a large extent across the board when it comes to a lot of the key measures. And the expectations that the board has set is that charters are outperforming district schools, or traditional schools otherwise. So I think the data here, to me, appears to be very clear, and it tells a consistent story that this school, unfortunately, has not been consistently supporting their young people based on the expectations that the board has set.
Point of, like a follow-up point of question. Do we, as a district, track the number of those students from Baltimore Collegiate who are continuing graduating from Baltimore City Public Schools as opposed to are graduating from private schools in the region?
I'm not sure I'm following your question. When you said comparison to private schools
It is a middle school at some point, and we're tracking graduation data at high school and college acceptance in after high school. Do we have data determining which of those students are going on to private schools outside of the district and which students are continuing through Baltimore City Public Schools?
What we have is we have the ability to track where students land over their trajectory. So when it comes to their enrollment, certainly, we have codes that indicate whether or not a student has transferred into another school within Baltimore City or outside of the district or elsewhere. So we do have the ability to track that. When it comes to taking a look at graduation outcomes, we would have to make that a standard practice. It is not a standard practice that we use for non-high schools for us to track students by cohort to find out what their post-secondary outcomes are. And for what it's worth, if that were something that we wanted to consider doing, our renewal process also looks at comparisons versus other schools. So we wouldn't do it in isolation to say, let's just look at this one school to see what their numbers look like. We would also then compare them to be able to understand how are they doing relative to a peer group in most cases or the district at large.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Are there additional questions from board colleagues?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Esposito. I do think it would be, and just to piggyback off the last conversation, I do think it would be interesting to track the trajectory of individual students, because like we heard in testimony and just like community members that reached out, there were several cases where students came in at a certain level and their trajectory increased vastly, like from where they were. So it may, like when we're saying that like the school overall is average, but if there are if individual students, if their trajectory has improved by going into that school, and we could actually trace, I think it would tell us a lot about all schools to like do that broadly, to see, like also to get information about like why people are choosing certain schools.
I would say the other consideration around this, and again, not to overcomplicate it, but just to add to the understanding, when we start taking a look at longer term outcomes, there are more other potential factors that are contributing, because now you're taking a further distance away from when the student was enrolled in this school and when they're actually getting to the graduation outcome. So it doesn't, in some ways, allow you to get the full understanding around what were the key contributing factors to that student's success. Was it their 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade experience? You have more other factors that would help you to contextualize what the student's outcomes are. And that's one of the reasons, for what it's worth, that it hasn't been standard practice to do that. Again, that's not to negate the fact that there's additional information or insight that you can gather from doing so, but I think it would have to be something that we would have to really be thoughtful about, so that we're trying to actually speak to what's the contribution of the school to the students' outcomes versus other contributing factors that might, in some cases, have had a greater impact. So for example, if we're talking about a student that was in the 7th grade at Baltimore Collegiate, for us to be able to determine how much of their outcomes are really dependent upon their collegiate experience versus what might have been their high school experience, if we're looking at graduation as the marker, is something that we would have to really be thoughtful about how we would consider factoring that in.
Question. We did have a program that we developed called Portrait of a Graduate. And sometimes the race can be rugged, it can be slow, but as long as the outcome is where it needs to be, how do we improve our matrix so that we can actually look at what a school can provide for the future of any graduate? Because we chaired about Portrait of a Graduate, and the results that we've seen from those graduates, and from not only secondary but post-secondary achievement, has been very good. And so I just wanted to know how we improve our matrix, because what you've just described to me, I understand why, but is somewhat limited in looking at the overall matrix of the development of a scholar.
And Commissioner Kenyatta, I can appreciate that question. I think it's one that the board should pontificate on in another setting, and I want to draw us a little bit more closer to questions that are related specifically to Baltimore Collegiate, and insights the staff can help us understand this evening.
I want to jump in here. Chief Jones, I am really struggling with this decision, because it's important that we have a place that's affirming for young men. And so making this decision is, none of us is taking it lightly. I struggle with taking students from someplace where they're affirmed and has strong climate, and where parents have chosen to send them. And one of the things that I have been saying is, if I can't send them to a better academic school, then I might as well leave them where they are. What I hear you saying, and I need you to color in a little bit, or just expound a little bit, is that the other schools, our traditional schools that these young men may be deployed to, are performing better. Every other school in this district is performing better than Baltimore Collegiate. Is that what I hear you saying?
As we're looking at this particular measure here with the percentiles that are noted based on their student growth percentiles, that is what we are displaying here. I would have to pull up any of the other follow-up data that was provided to be able to give you a direct answer for comparison versus every other school, because there are some data points where they may be more middle of the road versus what's represented here, which is specifically around the student growth percentile. And I don't know if Angela has that readily available, but that would be the best way for us to be able to give you an accurate answer to your question. Because as you know, this process looks at multiple measures. So when we talk about comparisons versus other schools, it's typically based on individual measures. So I would want to be specific and clear with you about in which areas are they outperforming other schools, are they underperforming other schools? And that's what we've highlighted here was based on what we saw, particularly with their student growth percentile performance. I hope that answered your question, Commissioner.
It's getting me closer. I wish I had the magic wand and the magic answer.
So I'm going to move us into just discussion.
Before you move along, I do have some questions, because as we're talking about scores, there are some nuances that stand out. Do we have the data that we can share around boys to boys? Because when I'm looking at this and I'm looking at the comparison of boys to boys when it comes to our students in our schools, how is boys collegiate? How are they performing when we look at the neighboring schools and the boys to boy comparison around scores? So that's my first question. If we can bring some insight into that, and then I have another.
It'll take me a minute to pull that information unless other colleagues have that readily available, but I'm happy to look into that while you pose your other questions.
Yeah, and Lindsay, if you're still online, can you pull that?
That's going to take a minute. So
while we're doing that, is it
I think
the
it's in our
case?
binder.
It is in your binder.
Yep. So can we present that in the meantime? Is it the case that when we look across the metrics around just the school effectiveness review, that we've seen a increase across all metrics in the past years for Boys Collegiate? Because when we look at their recommendations in the prior review, we aren't in the same space. So are we actually seeing levels of growth that may not have been represented in what has been presented?
I don't know that I understand your question.
Okay, so if
Yeah,
I just
I
jump
don't
into,
understand it either, Commissioner.
so if I just jump into ELA and MCAP scores, do we have growth in ELA when we look at MCAP scores? When we look at the past, we had a renewal review 3 years ago. We set some recommendations. If we just look at MCAP scores and we look at ELA, do we find growth? Because these questions come up because what was presented by the school showed some areas of growth. And I'm not hearing that in your presentation. So I'm trying to reconcile between the two.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The
Teresa,
last time,
Teresa and Angela, I think you also, just because I know Chair Sally's trying to get the board to the place where they can vote, I think
sorry, I don't know if I lost connection, but
Yeah, no, I would say I'm not hearing anything.
I'm not hearing
Yeah,
anything.
I'm just looking at, like, some folks are frozen, some folks are not.
I know
So-
Verizon's been having a lot of outages. I wonder.
Yeah, some of us missed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't we, while we're waiting for Dr. S to be reconnected to all of us, Commissioner, is there additional question? Because I know she's going to weigh into that.
Yeah, I think the question around the comparison of our young men still stand. When we look at scores in comparison, when we look at neighboring schools, we look at the boys in similar grades in neighboring schools, are we finding that Boys Collegiate is underperforming when we look at boys to boy scores?
I'll let the staff get the formal answer so you can see the data, but the answer is yes. They are underperforming. We've had Dr. Redden Lounger, our former colleague who we know and respect, looked at the data and look at the data with the school directly. We've had other colleagues, and I don't want to say exactly who it was, but we've had like people in high places look at the data with the school administration, and it has been hard pressed to get actual data that confirms that the boys are outperforming any boys in the city. A couple things I did want to say, if it's okay if we're in discussion.
Yeah, it's okay.
100% do I understand this mission? Do I understand how boys are moving with confidence? Everything I love about it. A couple things I just want to put on the table, because we're talking about the academics, and I hear you. If we're not sending the kids to a school that is better, then we're kind of like here or there. But there are a number of issues here. Yes, academically, special ed is really suffering. They have some work. They actually have I don't know if I can actually say it, but there are some concerns big time around special ed. Also, the financial, I'll go on the record 1,000,000 times. We have to be very, very careful keeping schools that have this level of financial uncertainty. As we all know, as it's been publicized even in the media, we are dealing with a school that did not last 10 months after we approved them. So this is very scary. I would love for students to have the peace of mind to find somewhere that could be a good fit for them, instead of us having these conversations this time next year or even earlier in the school year because the school just could not survive. Another thing I want to put to my colleagues is precedent. If we move forward a school that is in the red in 2 areas, it sets a precedent. How do we manage and govern moving forward? We've had conversations around schools. We gave conditions to schools that had all green today and had conversations around that. So it's just, and I just want to definitely, I thank you all. We've been on here almost 6 hours. I thank you all. And I just, want to say that, yes, we all have things we have to do, but having dialogue for our public to be able to note is very important. This is a very important thing. So I would love for us to really have dialogue, but that's, some of my thoughts. I'm concerned. I would love to keep this school open. I know there's some other considerations that we talked about to support this school, but I'm very deeply concerned This is probably one of the worst ones that I've seen since I've been on the board. And I, moving forward, we would have to live with what that looks like precedent wise. Because we have to remember every decision has a ramification down the road.
Well, and Vice Chair Parker, if I can ask a question of staff, has there ever been, to staff's recollection, has there ever been a school that has 2 not effectives and a developing that has been renewed?
No. And I don't know if you can hear me. I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
broke
we
off
can hear you.
earlier.
Yeah, we can hear
Commissioner
you.
Coy, thank you for asking the question. And Commissioner Parker, you pretty much hit the points I was trying to make, so it was fine. But I have not said anything all night. This is the board's process. But I want to mark historically, this board will, for the first time in city schools, vote to keep open a school that is failing, not effective in student achievement, and is failing in 2 categories. Never before has a board, prior to this board, even with previous all-boys schools, with all of the concerns and all of the challenges. I have talked to many of you. I have had elected officials I have talked to about the need for a place for all boys schools, but I do need to, for the first time tonight, punctuate that the precedent that you are setting, had no board prior to you has renewed a school that is ineffective in the major work of achieving students. No board before you. So if you do that tonight, I will not be with you. Thank you, Lord. This is my last difficult, challenging, watching a board that is really working to make a hard decision, but you are setting precedent and you are entering in territory where you will be voting for the first time to keep a school open that is failing in student achievement and failing in 2 out of 3 categories. So if you're okay with that, I just wanted to punctuate that so every single member of this board understands that, and frankly, so I go on record as I flag that for you. Thank you, Chair.
One follow-up question, if I may, to that. When we talk about precedents, in future years, if there was a school we were voting to close, what would voting to renew, to not close this school tonight, what would the implications of that be from a precedent perspective in the future?
Means a possible. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead, Angela.
Okay. It's about you risk a possibility of another operator pointing to this saying that they should be renewed, and that the board like an appeal, and like the state could overturn a decision to close.
And if I may add, I think, one of the things that we have held as a hallmark of our renewal process is the level of consistency that we've had when it comes to how we apply what we've communicated as the standards that we're using for the process. So I do think that that is something to be mindful of. To what extent does making a departure for this particular situation also disrupt the ability to maintain that level of consistency over time? Because we have one of the strongest, if not the strongest, renewal process in the country. Considering the measures that we use, the approaches that we've continued to evolve over time, they've all been done with a real attention to what the values are that the board has articulated. And that has guided a lot of what we have put forward, even in recommendations where we've asked to modify the approach, because we recognize that this means a lot. So to be very thoughtful about what it looks like, I just want to acknowledge, I just think we need to be mindful of that, or the board should be mindful of that as we consider how you want to proceed in looking at this particular school.
I appreciate that, Chief Jones. One thing I want to underscore here is a couple of really concerning factors that are here. So, when we look at academic achievement, there's lots of questions in terms of the rate of progress of this school. Myself, along with other commissioners, not all, but there are some commissioners who are on this board when collegiate came up for a vote last go round. What I see here, what I see in data does not demonstrate that collegiate has made the necessary progress to continue to move along academically. In the areas of finance and governance, these are questions that came up last go round in terms of both the operator and the leadership to be able to effectively govern the finances and other aspects. And granted, there were a host of other things that were lifted up last renewal, but what we see here around finances is really concerning. So we see a situation here where we've got 10 FAPE violations noted here for special education, which says to me that the school does not understand, what the obligations are and the sense of urgency around what that means to fix those. I think, we've had an opportunity to meet with the principal of the school who, has a strong vision for academic achievement and has noted that there needs to be additional time to fix those things. I worry that on the operator side with the executive director and leadership team, that they don't understand the level of rigor that needs to be put into making sure that there's a level of confidence the school can continue to operate with sound fiscal judgment in place, so that the resources are being tailored effectively to support strong instruction in the building, to carrying out a school improvement plan, to ensuring that students have access to the resources and tools that they need to ensure that they can drive outcomes for kids. So we see here that things are not working in terms of how the school is working underneath the operator to drive academic outcomes for kids. And so these things have to work together in order to see success in the school. So it can't just be one person, one administrator driving when they don't have the support of the operator to do their job as well here. So this is concerning. Other board colleagues.
I'd like to add to the conversation.
Sure.
So we do have another school in the process that was able to really pull their resources together and address the finance and governance piece. And then we also have examples of schools that did not. And, so I think even just having the conversation about that is a condition that puts you in this situation. I think broadly it does send a message that, charter schools especially, that should be something that you're actively working on, not just when you're on the chopping block. Because I see a lot of schools that have, professionals, people on their boards that, have access to capital. But if you don't have someone that's actually fundraising the full time or really working those networks, that's difficult to be financially stable. But for me, Baltimore Collegiate, something that came through pretty recently from the philanthropic community, from an alumni, someone who graduated for Baltimore Collegiate, for me has shifted the finance piece being an issue. And when I also look at the school system more broadly, we do have schools that serve different demographics, that have been around for a really long time, that have had the opportunity of developing funds that are associated to the school, or have really built that fundraising muscle among their alumni. So I would like to see this school get the same opportunity, because it wasn't apparent to me until the testimony that the alumni that have come out of Baltimore Collegiate are still pretty young. So I do think the financial piece can be resolved when you pair that with someone else acquiring the building and alleviating some of those costs. Yep. But and then the other thing that I want to say is when it does come to the academic piece, I'm wondering through recommendations and specific things around the recommendations and conditions that we amend, if that trajectory for special education and the culture around special education in the school would change.
Thank you, Commissioner. And let me just underscore this point on the finances too. There's a lot of financial decisions, when we're talking about the role of charters to make sure that they have enough money. I think something that we're looking at here is, in the near term and the long term, they haven't demonstrated what is a really strong financial plan. Like, what is it that's going to keep the school afloat? Do they understand their capital outflows as well as the capital inflows to keep the school sustainable? And there's deliberate choices that they've made in terms of buildings, other capital expenditures that, are concerning, that are deeply concerning. And that is something that, you can't wait until the 11th hour of a renewal to make that kind of decision of like, having sound financial judgment, which I cannot see presented here right now.
I think
If
on
there's-
that note,
and I want to push us towards a
financially,
motion shortly here. Go ahead.
on the note financially, I think having the experience to spend time in the building talking really candidly with leadership there, and I appreciate the principal's identification of where there are academic needs and the approach to respond to those through interventions. I am concerned that those are staff intensive, which are expensive and not sustainable. And when you're looking at where student growth numbers are happening within this building, that you look at the long term when the strategy to intervene in academic interventions is based on staff and how the economics of that play out based on student funding is concerning. And when you pair that with the reality of how charter funding in Maryland works currently, and would we like to be working in a different paradigm? Maybe, but we're not and won't be for the foreseeable future. You're like, at that moment, when the reality is that creates a fundraising lift. And when you look at their financials, even with general offers of support that aren't coming with a concrete number, when we're looking at the philanthropic community in Maryland and who else is competing for those dollars and the amount of those dollars that are coming in, even from those individual philanthropies, are not at the amount that are going to cover the difference that we need. And I think that ultimately looking at, in this particular portfolio, there are large single donors from national organizations that have historically been an issue in Baltimore City schools when we come to renewal, that have caused schools to end up in crisis. And part of that is looking at the only thing more destabilizing than having a community where you feel safe and you feel like you belong removed is that when that is done without a plan and without a strategy, and where that creates liability for the district, but also realistically destabilizes kids and teachers and communities. And I think like when you're looking at that pairing of financial, like what the approach has been to respond to academic issues paired with the strategy that's coming, you're like, it's a high cost model, and that's not being met with a philanthropic push. Like, I have real concerns, and I wish I didn't, but I do.
Thank you. I know Commissioner Slater-Harrington, we're at the 11 o'clock hour, so I want to push us towards a motion here. So I would like to turn over to Commissioner Slater-Harrington.
Just really quickly, I think none of us on this call want to be in this situation to have to make a hard decision. I just want to put on record, particularly for myself, that I support having a boys' school. I think we all want that. It is just sad that we have arrived at this point and have a conflict with our head and our heart. As a Black woman, I want this school to win. But the data has my head and my heart in total conflict, but I have to vote according to my values.
Thank you. I want to allow Chief Jones an opportunity to show the data that was requested, and then we are moving towards a motion.
So, Board Chair, if I may, I believe the data that was previously on the screen is in your binders.
Okay.
Or has been provided separately. I would prefer that the board refer to those materials. The materials, again, I just want to be mindful of, also sometimes includes data that otherwise would have public suppression rules applied based on the numbers themselves. So if you would not mind us not putting it back on screen, and if the board still has access to that information, I think that might be the best way for us to give you visibility to what you're asking for, because the data that you were provided also includes proficiency rates as well as the comparison versus the district. And it does show that there is a clear underperformance for this particular school. Now, that particular chart that we were looking at did not include the individual school comparisons. It was looking at versus the district. So it doesn't allow me to pointedly address Commissioner Slater Harrington's question about every other school as it relates to proficiency rates. But certainly that holds true when it comes to the student growth percentiles based on what we calculated. And
Yeah,
I will say some of those numbers are, even the student growth percentiles would fall into the category of what would be considered very low levels of growth. I'm sorry, Angela, please go ahead.
That it shows the comparison to schools of similar poverty. So I do want to note that it's not, I think it has a district, but it also has the schools that are on that same 80 to 100% poverty level, where collegiate is still below those schools, those comparative schools. So I just wanted to name that.
Correct. And the reason for that, again, for the public, is to acknowledge that there is this correlation between poverty and proficiency. So one of the things that we've included in the process overall is to do comparisons by poverty group when it comes to the absolute performance data points.
Got it.
So I'll say in closing, because this is something that I really champion, that Boys Collegiate is a charter that exists because our system has gaps for too many young men. And it's clear tonight where I hear that the board is going, but this is something that our district needs, and we need to, whether this goes the way that I'm pushing or it doesn't, and it sounds like it will not. And if we're making that vote in the best interest of young people, I understand. But I also just want to say that today's results will, in one way or another, reflect our need to have a facility that meets the needs and has a mission that is focused on our young men. We cannot afford to ignore that this is a responsibility of us as a district and a responsibility of us in the role of government. But I do respect my fellow board commissioners and their opinions and their approach. But this is something that we cannot forget, that we are responsible for a city that has young men that needs a level of guidance that often our traditional schools are not able to provide, because we are focused solely on academics. And that's why we lean on charters, to be able to fill those gaps that we cannot fill. And with that, leave it to you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to entertain a motion regarding Boys Collegiate.
I move that based upon the consideration of the recommendations and rationale of the CEO, the operator renewal report, the testimony given at the operator-led schools work session and public hearings, the contents of the official record, and the factors listed in policy IHBJ and administrative regulation IHBJ-RA, including section 3.k of the policy, providing that the board may decide that a public charter school is not eligible for 2 consecutive partial renewals, that the board accept the CEO's recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner Coy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Parker. I'll now open the rolls for vote. Vice Chair Parker?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ains Messenger?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Coy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Kenyatta Bay?
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. Commissioner Mohammed?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott Woodruff?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Slater Harrington?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm also in favor of the CEO's recommendation. This motion passes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favor, 4 noes, and 1 absence this evening. Thank you. Angela, does this take us to the end of our agenda this evening?
Yes, it does.
Thank you so much. I would first and foremost like to thank our community for your active engagement throughout this process, and for our schools and our communities that are a part of this process. We recognize that the votes as they come out and the deliberation here weighs heavy on our school communities, and we do appreciate the opportunity to thoughtfully engage with the community around each and every one of these votes this evening. I also would like to thank City School staff for their time and energies in putting together this process. I think it's really helpful and important for our community to be able to have confidence in how we review schools. And thank you for your thoughtful participation in this process as well. And I'd like to thank our commissioners for their active engagement throughout the process. Is there a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting?
So
moved.
moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Slater Harrington. All in favor by signaling by saying aye.
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 Thank you. We stand adjourned this evening. Thank you. Good night.